Sting and Mammoth. You guys rocked the shit out of this kind of weird looking uh, spider lady. It was a caster assassin hybrid. A very intense and very hard fight. Yeah, guys did really really good. You almost died, but you know what? What fight is a good fight unless you almost die in it? So. You ended up winning against your CR. Oh God, I forget. Was that a CR8 creature? It was a CR8 creature. You got your CR8 fight. You got your gold. You went shopping for a little bit, and you got some sick equipment. Got some woodland stabs. We got some constitution buffing amulets for our barbarian after that whole swap, which it can be fixed, but you're gonna need a you're gonna need like wish spell, I believe, in order to actually undo that. So you made the smart decision for now and just decided to spend a lot of gold to get through the meantime until you get a ninth level spell at your hands. Um, and the group just kind of began breaking up into their own little tasks for what they wanted to do. Durdon got his contract with the Bronze Brazier, essentially stating by Romulus Corzin that you're going to be running at least two mandatory fights. Both are going to be above a CR10. It was not listed what CR they would be at, but they did say that it would be manageable for you to win. They just wanted you to put on a good show and make sure that if you were looking like you were going to stomp the creature, that you would take more licks than would be necessary for you to defeat it because of the last showing and how much of a stomping it was. So you have those two fights in your near future as well. You guys talked with Torin Salir. Torin gave you the update that he's hard at work and that Zyrus is going to be staying within the city for a little bit with him because he needs her as the anchor for the item. But you also asked him just kind of a few questions, just general city questions, and you did get um, the meeting, which is planned but hasn't been done yet. That will be an option for tonight if we have enough time after everything. With the city council, the council of architects, excuse me, the three archmages who actually built the city of Relen and are very powerful and influential mages who could be very useful to all of you, or at least an introduction would be nice. And you can do an introduction because all of you guys have your names in official documentation recorded and updated through a friend of Torrens that works in the census hall, where they essentially went back and backdated your arrival a year earlier into the city as traveling assistants and potential students of Mr. Salir, directly tying him to you guys, but you know, he might not be here long enough for him to see consequences for that, so we'll see how it cards out. But all of your names have been recorded. For whatever name that you gave me is going to be in there. So, you know, Mr. Bloodright and Kim Bliss and all that lovely stuff. You're making your names in history one way or another.
Oh, did we do
Um,
that?
yeah, you
I
did.
thought we had him put in real names.
Yeah, I have all the names written down here. I made
Fantastic.
100% sure that I had exactly what names each person was going to be using. Mammoth did just use Mammoth. You used Kim Bliss. Kane Bloodrate was Duradon's. Zyrus was Zer's. And Mustang still wanted Santiago Valrez, which is funny because that is just
Uh,
Ash's last name.
what
Uh,
was what was Mammoth?
Mammoth.
Oh,
He
well,
just he
okay,
just went with
great.
Mammoth. He did not
Good
provide
job.
any alternate
Good
name.
job. No, that's probably safe.
Which, to be fair, what's going to be done with that? You're not going to find many other mammoths in the world. Not like they're going to be tracking down any like mammoth what? Anyway, um, I love these things where you guys spend a lot of time thinking about the names to then get asked a second time and then just
Just
immediately
blow it.
give one-offs. Yeah, just be like, fucking, I don't know, something. Um, but anyway, we're going to pick up tonight. It has officially been 2 days since you guys had finished the fight in the Bronze Brazier. Um, all of you have separate goals and tasks that you would like to achieve and do. This is the first time skip of the campaign that we're going to be doing. Well, the first official time skip that is going to be more than just a few days. This is going to be a month and a half. So you've all given me goals for what you wanted to work towards. If you have any goals that you want to add to that during tonight's session, absolutely feel free if you feel like you didn't provide enough, or if you have anything else that you want to look into once you start getting a thread to pull on. We're going to do one by one instead of doing one person, all their shit, and then move on to the next, just so that it doesn't feel like we're spectating one person go through, an hour and a half
Hmm.
of me monologuing at them. Um, if we get to an event that requires you guys, or at least you guys want to do together, let me know. The time continuum can be messed with a little bit for who goes where and when to make it so that if you guys have a group task you want to do, you can do it. I will ask that if there is something that you guys desperately want to do together, that we do that first, just to kind of knock it out and keep the splitting up as smooth as possible without any retconning. So, I do have an order that I was going to start in, just because of what I think is going to be solo versus potential grouping. Um, My question is, before we start with that, is there anything absolutely 100% sure that you guys want to do that would require another person or both of the people here? Of which Mustang also, by the way, did give me their list. It is a 100% solo venture. So you do get a note from Mustang in the morning that says that he has set out to research the spark within him, and also is trying to better understand the new Prime Monica that he has gotten from Yon and experimenting with it. Uh, Not anything crazy like going on a fucking mountain trip or anything, but he is going to be traveling outside the city with all of you. So, for all intents and purposes, he will not be available for this next month and a half.
Um, I bet on the party's last fight. 300 gold pieces.
Hmm.
How much did I make in my winnings?
I think I already gave that to you, I believe. Are you talking about the spider fight or the fight that you guys
The fight that Mammoth and Mustang fought last time.
Mustang, did I not give you your gambling money? Let me see if I have it written down here.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. This is like 3 weeks ago, so let
I
me
know.
give me some time. Give me some time. Let me see.
And if you want to tell me later, that's perfectly fine too, because it's not like a hugely important thing.
I don't have it immediately
That's
written down
totally
here,
fine.
so I'll put
I
a little
won't forget.
reminder. Yeah, you can either put a reminder. Megan being like, "You owe me
I won't
money.
forget the
I won't
gold.
forget this." I'm gonna tell you right now, it is going to be a substantially smaller prize pool because less people were there at the venue. But we're probably looking around like 500 to 600 gold return.
Hmm.
Um, I'll re-roll for it just because I
Not a
don't
problem.
remember the number that I gave you. So, group activities. Is there anything that anyone would like to do that requires another person or both people that are here before I start going in order? Going once,
I don't have anything.
going twice. going 2.5s. Okay, we're good. So in that case, we are just gonna go in both conveniently in the order that I was messaged, and the order of what requires a lot of intensive time and effort and what is rather quick. Um, so, Kipley, we are gonna hit one of your research goals, and then we are going to hop over to Mammoth, and then we're gonna hop over to Duradon, and then we're going to repeat that order until everything is done. So, starting off, you gave me topics. Of your list, what would you like to research first?
Oh no.
And we're going to do an out of character research list, so we're going to say everything that we are looking into. If anything
Okay.
is private, you can state that it is for if you're trying to hide something from the party. But at least as players, we're all going to know what we are doing
Yep.
tonight.
Okay.
Just to save us from like 5 hours of, you can message me privately what you're looking into.
So first thing I think would probably be the gloaming wildlands.
Okay, that is easy enough to do, as you don't have to look ridiculously far to actually find anything on them, as they're current events. That is an active threat and also active, well, territory that exists within the world of Eris. So, are you going to be primarily doing this research independently at the academy? Are you going to be reaching out to anyone? How would you like to approach it?
Oh man, Kipley doesn't know anyone.
Because you can bother Torin. The more that you guys bother Torin, I will add a few days for each request that you do. Does have exceptional knowledge, excuse me, on basically everything in the world that's important. Um,
No,
but there
I
are
think she'd go to the
countless other ways.
library or the
Okay,
arcane, whatever. I think she's fully expecting to find a librarian as helpful as the
sure thing.
last one.
Would you like to search independently, or would you like to pay for your research to get an assistant to essentially help you find tomes,
Ah.
interpret languages you may not know, and
Um,
essentially give you like the dummy's guide, dumbed down version in case
no, I
Kipley's not
think
well read?
she would do this one herself. Um,
Okay,
just because it is an active place at the moment.
so you were just looking for general information on the glowing wildlands, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead. This is going to be the first roll. This is just going to be for a research roll. Um, Depending on what aspect you would like to know about the glowing wildlands. If it is general, you are just going to give me a straight history check. Um, if it is looking into the curse of the wildlands, you can go ahead and give me arcana. And if it is going into the terrain, you can go ahead and give me nature.
Mm, okay,
Or if
I'm
you'd like a
gonna.
little bit of everything, you can give me just a general intelligence check.
I think she's gonna start with the Arcana.
All right, go ahead. As a
Nope.
reminder, we all do have the D4, excuse me, the D6 of inspiration dies, and we do have four of those to be spent throughout tonight because we're not going to be doing combat or anything like that. So if you have one roll that you really want to succeed or you want to re-roll, keep that in mind. A 16. Okay. Do you want to add to that, or do you want to get what a 15 would get you out of this?
I'll stick with this.
Cool, cool, cool. So going off of just kind of a general scout of the wildlands, because this is Arcana. Okay. So looking at the curse of the wildlands, and specifically through historic texts in Relen of how it came to be, you're probably in one of the best cities at this time to research it. Because this is a city of mages, historians, and all of those who have not seen the combat of the Divergence firsthand. But all of those who have either survived through it or are ancestors of those who have very studious records of how it affected the land. The gloaming wildlands, the first thing that you actually make note of, which wasn't explained to you prior, used to be nearly 3 times its size. The gloaming wildlands used to take up the entirety of the body of water, which is now known as the remnants of ruin. Um, it was an expansive and nearly all plains and hill-like terrain um, that no one built on necessarily, as it was a wildlife reserve. When civilization started to spring up in Eris, roughly about from the records you can get, about 400 and 450 years ago is when people really started to band together in the cities, making Speranza, making Odia, and making Chiselborn as the closest to the Gloaming Wildlands. They came across what seemed to be a break in the veil, which is, to your understanding, I'm not going to make you roll for this because you've seen things like this before when you see with a 16 and you read a break in the veil. Essentially, this is a point where the prime material plane started leaking into the Feywild, and vice versa. Just without even having to cast magic, you could walk between the two worlds, and it was such a large and expansive area and such like thin parts of the veil that were covering over the wildlands that you really couldn't, like, it wasn't just one location. It'd be like, a portal, let me hop through. It'd be like, nope, you entered this little thicket and all of a sudden you are in an entirely different realm. It's called the Gloaming Wildlands still because although it was connected to the Fae, it was also connected to the Shadowfell, which means that a lot of darker and more monstrous creatures often made their way through into the wildlands, and was also a very big note, one of the reasons of why it was not populated for a very long time. Because people did attempt to try and build civilization there, build cities, or at least villages, but not very successfully, from what you can tell. Um, to its current state of how it got to today, Remnants of Ruin was the battlefield between where the divinity and all their various different avatars fought with every mortal that stood on the side of the monarchs for those who decided that they either had to lock out the gods from this world or kill them in order to gain true freedom over oneself and to not be influenced by anything of a higher power. The battle lasted, it at least says at least a decade. From the books that you're looking for, you're not researching that specific topic, so it's not a whole lot of information regarding that. But it was at least 10 years that the actual battle went on for. And the Glowing Wildlands got the worst of it, because not only was it affected by the blood of Celestials leaking into the land itself and beginning to change the very earth and beasts that roamed it, um, but as you had learned previously and confirmed again by an official source, this was also where a number of demonic beings were conjured in order to fight the gods. Because divinity and the abyss and the various planes of the hells, while they aren't necessarily on opposite sides, bargains can be made. And it was very clear that the Gloaming Wildlands, through its connection to the Veil and it being very weak, with the both Fey and Shadowfell, were eventually opened up to different doorways, and those different doorways began to corrupt the very ley lines that set into the wildlands, causing it to become this corrupted woods that didn't necessarily kill everything that was inside of it, but essentially created a living organism where the land itself gained a bit of sentience to the point where it didn't let any of the denizens that were inside of it leave, as it became a territorial and rather chaotic evil being, uh, creating plagues, monstrosities, all different sorts of terrors to try and drive out individuals from seeking its lands, from moving into it, or even trying to cleanse it, for all the druids that attempted, but also in doing so, trapping all of the poor souls that were inside of it.
All
That's what a
right.
16 will get you.
That
So
was good
you were,
enough.
this is not like a day of research, by the way. Like you were picking out like a book, getting a few paragraphs, writing it down and scribing it, and then trying to look for keywords for different sections and just trying to get as many different texts together as possible for this cursed focus search. Um, while you are doing so, we are going to go ahead and move over to
Hmm.
Mammoth. And if there is any questions that you have beyond that, do feel free to stop me before I move on.
Nope. Nope. That was good.
Cool, cool, cool. Mammoth. Which of your goals would you like to do first?
The spell.
I figured. So you are the first to actually do this. Um, when you are looking to create this, are you trying to do this solely by yourself? Are you going to try and seek help from either Torin or otherwise? Are you going to the academy? What is the plan here?
I think he would go to the academy, but seek out Ian because he knows that Torrent's pretty much busy.
Okay, so you want to get the research assistant. I
Yeah,
like it, I like it, I
basically.
like it. Cool, cool, cool. Go ahead. Just roll me a persuasion check with advantage. We're gonna call this a DC of 13. Just to see if you can, how much of his time you're gonna be able to get. As he is actively being used by Torin to gather research materials. Um, but he's definitely more available than Torin himself.
It's
Persuasion
an
18,
18.
flying colors. Absolutely. You during one of like the research sessions, you just kind of hop back over to the tower and just kind of pull Ian aside, and he is unlike Torin, who is a although he bears the title of Archmage, Torin is a sorcerer. Ian is a wizard. So scrolls and the creation of spells is in fact within his capabilities to do, and is a lot more familiar with them than you would get a lot of different mage types would be in this city. Okay, so for those that don't know what kind of spell you're creating, what is your end goal here?
What do you mean?
What is the spell that you were trying to create?
Honestly, I didn't think of a name for it. It didn't. It just completely slipped my mind. But it's the
Oh, you don't need a name.
description in the. It's the description in the secret channel. It's from the 28th.
Oh, correct. I know the spell well and good. I meant to give light to both Kipley and Duradon, or at least
Oh,
Megan and Jared for what spell Mammoth is trying to create in this downtime.
um, basically, it's a healing spell that, like lore reasons, is connecting like the star energy in, or like your inner cosmic energy that's kind of in all beings, and then using that to heal. Um, basically, it's like chain lightning but healing. Um, is the long story short. I can
Is
copy
it
the description.
is
Send
it
you
just
it again.
people
You'll have.
on the battlefield, or are you talking like pull? Oh, you can just link description. I don't know. I can read.
I can read. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. None of your business. Um, cool, cool, cool. So, as you're going to create the spell, Yours is going to be, although it is only a singular task, it is going to be much longer than any of the research sessions being done here. Creating the spell goes for multiple different parts. Uh, your starting level, if I am correct, was third level, right?
Uh, yes, I think.
I believe so. You said third or fourth, but I'm going to ask for which one you would like to try and attempt with first. Because that, remember, comes with a different cost per.
Um, how are we dealing with like upcasting? Or does it is that just kind of part of like whatever
That's part of the spell's
level the
creation.
spell's at? Okay. Yeah, let's do third level.
Okay, so we're going to start with third level. So it is 150 gold to gather material. Excuse me. Well, let me see. Correct. It is 150 gold per spell level to gather materials and components to try and create this. Now, are you trying to create this as a spell that doesn't require material components, or does? I will let you know ahead of time. If you're going to make it require a material component to start with, the DC is going to be easier, but you will need that to be consumed each time that you cast it. Very much like how Revivify takes a diamond. You can try with a similar, doesn't have to necessarily be something that costly or that much of worth. Um, but each different component that you can try with that has a cost is going to make this easier as you're trying to root your spell with something in reality. If you're going to try and just cast a spell or create a spell that doesn't need any components to be casted, or components that can be replaced by an arcane focus, it will be harder because you're trying to create something from essentially nothing.
Uh, the latter.
Okay, going with the harder option. Love it. So, out of your arsenal, is there a spell that you would like to try and use to base this off of? For what Mammoth would be practicing and using when trying to create this?
I'm trying to find the.
You got
I
healing
think
word, cure wounds, healing spirit, all your goodies.
I think he would look at Thorn Whip and Healing Spirit for kind
Thorn
of
whip and healing spirit.
like because the way he's envisioning it is just like I don't know. It like I guess that's the closest thing he's got to like a line that moves. But yeah, that and Healing Spirit and trying to like I guess shape Healing Spirit into something that can be transferred and moved.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as let me pull up. I pull up. Da, 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 da. All right, let me see how many spell slots do you have that are second or above?
For
I believe it's either 5 or 6 at this level.
that
Let
are
me
third
see.
and above.
Second and above. So you have
A
6. You have 8 spell slots that you can use for healing spirit, and of course, Foreign Whip is cantrip, so you can cast that at will. Okay, so here's how we're going to do this. I'm going to ask you to roll a 1d4 to start this off.
four.
4. Perfect. So, the premise, you essentially explaining everything and beginning the process of showing Ian for uses of Thorn Whip and Healing Spirit and attempting to breach past your class because you're no longer using druidic energy for this. This is you creating a new spell for any number of classes that could be used. You're just making a spell with no necessarily grounded components. Um, and while Healing Spirit is druidic based, this is you trying to rely, as stated, on natural energy that goes beyond what is arcane in nature. Very similar to what you yourself are made of, and trying to find that in every single other person. So, it takes you 4 days to get the premise across to Ian and to begin the study. During said time, you burn through all 8 of your spell slots every single day for 4 days straight, attempting to try and show the connection between Thorn Whip and Healing Spirit, trying to latch out aspects of the healing spell and throw it in a direction towards an ally. Out of all these times, you do get very close to actually stabbing Ian with Thorn Whip. But luckily, Healing Spirit and your Chalice form makes for a very good, semi-abusive, but semi-conserving way of how you're actually creating the spell. But the ground plan is set. You have a foundation, you have a goal. It is now coming down to the first of the few rolls that you're going to be doing. We're going to make a roll for every component of the spell. Because you're doing a 3rd level, it's going to be a little complex. But I'm gonna walk you through it on each step of the way for what you have to do. To get a 3rd level spell slot, I'm going to need you to make a Constitution saving throw. Now, you're going to roll this essentially as many times as you need to get to the DC. There's no you roll it once and you fail. This is going to determine how many days and or potential weeks it gets you to get to the point where you succeed on this. Now, I strongly suggest that you look through your kit because I know you have a shit ton of cantrips and spells that can help with this. The saving throw that you were trying to beat is for a 3rd level spell, a 23. 23 Constitution saving throw.
Damn. I assume it's not concentration.
For the spell you're creating?
Yeah, I have advantage.
For what you're no.
Okay.
That would be for maintaining a spell.
Yeah.
This is a con save for your body, trying to make up for the fact that you are reaching in and casting raw magic without using the assistance of your awakened class. When you're using, like, for instance, to better explain this, what you are trying to do, because you are not using any material components and you're not using any guidelines set out by a spell of the same level, you are essentially using basic components. You are using a 2nd level spell and a cantrip as an idea for what it could be. And you are essentially trying to use raw imagination and burning through raw spell energy without casting any spells per se to not produce the spell, but to produce the outlet for the spell. Like you're making the outlet for a USB-C port right now, so you can plug in and then make the spell from there.
Okay.
So go ahead. You're going to roll as many con saves as it takes. Each one of these is going to be a day in lore for you spending on this. So you could do this legitimately in one day.
Okay. Okay, cool. Okay.
A D6.
Yeah, for Cosmic Omen.
Okay. You're adding a 6 to this? Okay.
Yeah, well, that was just I was hoping I needed to get even or odd. Even I get to add it to homies and odd I subtract it from enemies. So I was hoping I got even.
Can you add Cosmic Omen to yourself? I think we had this question before a while ago. Let me see.
It doesn't say, but it doesn't say you can't.
Use a special action whenever a creature you can see within 30 feet of you. Yeah. Any text that says a creature you can see within 30 feet of you, you are a creature that you can see within 30 feet of you, so you can use it on yourself.
Okay, cool. And then can I guidance myself?
Guidance does not work for saving throws.
Oh,
That's
word.
only for
Okay.
ability checks.
Okay. Um, that's a 13, which I can't even.
13, first day, failure. Second day,
Oh,
14.
third day.
I could do something with this.
19, you
Uh,
could wait, hold on a minute. You have to re-roll Wheel or Woe every day, right?
oh yeah, yeah. Okay, never
When you
mind.
finish long rest, okay. Re-roll, so you can't another day.
Okay.
7. Day 5,
Eh.
what the
day
fuck?
6.
All right, let's see.
20,
Uh,
doable.
don't fuck me. Yay. Okay.
2, you
And
get
then
23.
no.
Oh,
Can I?
but
I'll
but
just inspo that.
you can do an inspiration to add a d6 to that, so you can absolutely
Yeah.
add a 1 to
And
get
it
there.
won, dude. Okay. That was like
So,
8 days or something.
that is on the 6th day.
Oh.
A 7th day, technically, starting from the original. So 7 plus 4. So you're on the 11th day in. It has already been a week. You have spent yourself in every single spell slot with Ian, essentially in the court, like in the back of the actual academy. Like they have this massive open space that is used for spellcasters and training purposes. And you can see there is like some like training dummies and there's like chalk for practicing like ritual circles and stuff. And you guys are like in the far, far corner by like the actual gate to exit the back of the academy. And you are literally just sitting with Ian like pep talking you through it, being like, okay, you really have to try and shape the image of this spell. What you're trying to do is create essentially the output at third level. That is your goal. And you're going to take this as many times as you can. It is going to exhaust you. You're going to feel tired. You're going to, oh, you did it. And you just see the because again, spellcraft is the mixture of the weave as you know it, the raw animus in both yourself and in the world, mixing with your imagination to create spells for various different incantations. As you start off, you get to the point. Go ahead and roll me the d6 for inspiration, anyways, just to see if you get. You're at 22. See if you get above a 25 for me. 25 exactly. Perfect. Okay. With that, you get to the point where you get the verbal and somatic components. What would you like the verbal and somatic components to be?
Uh,
As Mammoth is attempting to root the spell in reality.
for somatic, we'll just do like a snap and like a point kind of thing to like get it started,
Okay.
and then uh, huh.
Verbal, if you have any test names you want to try, you can try it. Or just,
Uh, I'm coming up. I mean, the only thing I can think of now is just like release, but I don't.
yeah, that 100%. Um, First word that you use for the spell is release. It's not tied to the spell's name or anything. Like for casting Fireball, you don't necessarily have to say Fireball every time, or Healing Word, you don't have to say Healing Word. It is just a first attempt at trying out crafting both your verbal and somatic components into the spell, which with a 25 is a success. So, step 1 is done. Step 2 is actually creating what the spell's capability is. You are trying to take a massive range and spread it out so it is a healing spell based off of a pool of d10s. What we're going to do is to create how big of a pool you can get for a third level spell. You're going to go ahead and make me a intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throw. You're going to do the wisdom with advantage. All of these have to be above a 14 in order to work. 1 plus the spell's level.
Okay.
Again, this is going to be a
advantage.
repeat of time where it's not like a one and done fail. This is going to be you're going to do it until you succeed.
Cool.
Nat 20 on wisdom.
Whew!
And then charisma is I can't see. Okay.
6. So you have 2 successes right now. If you want to try and burn inspiration, keep in mind though, you do also have wheel and woe because it is a long rest, so you can try that again. You do just have to beat a 14.
Do I have to reroll all 3?
Nope, you can just do the charisma.
Oh, okay.
But if you fail the charisma, even after you re-roll using inspiration, you will then have to re-roll all 3 for another day.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was asking. I don't want to use an inspiration yet.
Okay. So if you want to start again, you can start again, and we're going to do until you succeed to see how many days it takes. Intelligence 10. If you want, you can just start from intelligence again.
Yeah.
Natural 20. Wisdom with advantage.
Thank God for advantage.
24. Charisma.
Nice. All right.
18.
Hey.
So you are getting, with Ian's guidance, you are getting progressively faster at understanding what you actually are doing here. Because you are like the definition of estranged from society, from Mammoth's upbringing, literally born on a remote island with no actual like education on what magic is or how to wield it. Ian is essentially walking you through the entire process of how a spell is made. Every spell is brought from another that you can tell in his repertoire. You can see each school binds together a separate use. Abjuration for wards, evocation for the creation of something that is going to be temporary, whether it's protective, healing, necromancy, obviously, for necrotic energy, for both bring life back and taking life away. And for walking you through all of this, you kind of root yourself in what type of spell this is going to be under. For this specific instance, this is going to be a necromancy spell. It is going to be to the druidic class, and I will allow you, because you got a natural fucking 20 on intelligence and a 24 on the other, you may add this spell up to 2 other spell lists for classes that exist in the game. It could be druid and 2 others. So you can do bard, you can do warlock, any 2 other casters that are either wisdom or charisma. Or excuse me, intelligence or charisma or wisdom. Because they're your 2 highest.
Let's do what I just forgot. Cleric and sorcerer.
Druid, cleric, and sorcerer. Okay. It will belong to only specific subclasses of said classes, but even still. We like usefulness. So, we are currently You did that within 2 days, so you are on day 13. It is almost 2 full weeks that you've spent on this endeavor, solely spending all of your time with Ian attempting to create this spell. You have the spell level succeeded at third. You have the material components succeeded. You have the incantation necessary, and you have created that with a 23, a 24, and an 18. You have all of them above a 15 on this, two of which are above a 20. It is not enough to bump you up from your original request, but it is enough to meet what you had asked for. So starting off at third level, you are going to get the 3d10 that you need for the pool that you can spread out amongst people. Starting at 3d10, adding a d10 for every level above that. After
Cool.
this, you have everything that you need to technically create and cast the spell. Here is where the money factors in. You've been doing this with nothing but raw spellcraft, using just your spell slots, and having Ian walk you through the essentially like you're laying down a blueprint right now. You have created the blueprint. You now need the physical resources in order to essentially put the spell into ink, to try and write it out and then cast it from the spell scroll. This, unfortunately, is going to be an intelligence-based check.
Damn.
You, unfortunately, have 10 intelligence. However, you successfully got Ian, a wizard, with an 18 intelligence to help you with this. So I'm going to give you advantage, and I'm going to lower the original DC from what was going to be is started off with every new spell that is going to be created. It is 10 plus the spell's level, and if you have proficiency in Arcana, then they would be lowered by that amount, but you are just a raw +0 in that endeavor. So you are going to be rolling with advantage just a straight d20, and this is going to be you burning through that 150 gold per spell slot. So this is going to be a third level spell. Um, you are going to be spending, which for you, I think, how much money do you have after the, you have like 10,000 gold, right? After your fights?
I have 8,700.
8,700. Start getting a I'll get a calculator open for you. Day 1, or technically, day 14. From this point, you're going to make the advantaged intelligence check until you get it. You are burning 450 gold every time that you are attempting this.
Damn.
So if you get it off first try, you only have to spend 450 gold, and the spell's consumed, or the components are consumed, the spell is made. Or you could continue to fail and burn for a lot of money. So whenever you're ready. With assistance, there's a 6 and a 3 on the first.
I'm going to inspiration.
Okay, using a straight you can only, it's not rolling with advantage, just rolling an additional one.
Yeah.
Natural
Let's go. That means it's free. It doesn't have a price tag.
Fucking say, oh, trust me, it still consumes the price 100%. However, natural 20 is insane. So on the 14th day, you are the first person, not only in the campaign, in the party, not in the party, excuse me, not only in the party, but in the campaign so far, to successfully have crafted their first homebrew spell, and you did it in exactly 2 weeks' time. 14 days is what it takes for you to craft this spell. You do get to successfully name it. I am not going to force you to think of that name at this moment. I will leave it open to you until the start of next session, or if you can think of it during the session, to name the spell. But after it is transcribed onto the scroll, you can add it. I will add it in writing to your D&D Beyond sheet with the updated terms for what it can actually do now. You also now
I
Hmm?
need to know the name of it before the end of the session. Mallory.
Hey, that's
I'm
up to Rye. I'm not gonna force it.
I'm I've got the seed.
You got to see
I'm
it.
playing with.
Hey, Seed is not a bad first starter name. Think about it. We're gonna go over Dirdon in a second, but also, you can go ahead and mark down your inventory. You do have a physical scroll of this, so you have a free casting of this that you can use with that natural 20. Normally, the scroll would be consumed in order for you to learn the spell, even though you're not a wizard. You would need to burn the spell slot to actually burn the scroll, excuse me, to actually complete the spell. Since you got a natural 20, I will allow you to keep it. So no, no,
No.
no, no. Get Megan out of here. Burn the stake witch. Um, you can essentially keep that. Either you can cast it yourself, or you can give it to any other spellcaster who can cast third level spells, um, and they will be able to cast that and then consume the spell scroll to cast Seed Spray. Disgusting.
Uh,
Um, but in those 14 days, Duradon, what is the first thing that you would like to do out of your list that you got going on?
You're
Oh,
muted.
dear. I know Jared said he'd be back a while ago, but I assume he'd be back by now. Jared, Jared, we call to you.
Kane, blood right.
Mr. Kind Bloodright, do you need us to call to you in British? Because you're bloody British.
I think I'm
Oh, it's not here. Okay.
I think
What's
I'm
that?
going with create constellation.
What it?
Say that one more time.
Create constellation.
Create constellation. Hey, you know how much I love naming schemes of using two letters to start off two different words. So hell yeah. Create constellation. Now that I can work with.
I like it. That's neat.
Constellation. Yeah, but on the while we're waiting for Jared, on the 14th day after you succeed, you have used all of your spell slots again, so you can't really cast anything else. But um, Ian just looking at you like a proud uncle or like older brother who got roped into helping child with his first like Lego set out here.
Baby's first spell.
Yeah, baby's first spell is he will ask you so what did you think of the process for creating spellcraft?
It was tough at first, but once I figured it out, it was pretty easy.
I will say, even though you did have guidance from practice practitioner of the arcane arts such as myself, you did very well. You should be very proud of your creation.
Thanks.
Now, that is a very powerful spell, and I hope it brings you much good use. Are you going to keep that spell scroll?
Uh, I was planning on it. Why?
Because although I am not necessarily of the profession to cast that myself, that is going to be extremely valuable to sell on basically any market that you can find within Relan.
Uh,
Sorcerers being able to cast a third level healing spell of this level is healing magic in general is very rare, and to have such a powerful and ranged spell can be quite useful, especially in these times.
you think I could get Torin to buy it from me for a bunch of money?
No. He does not value. Uh, while he would think it is impressive for you to have made this yourself, he does not need any sort of healing spells.
All right.
He would probably help you put it on a high value market.
Okay. Yeah, I'll talk to him at some point about it.
Yeah, think about it. If you want to keep it for yourself, keep it for yourself. It's a free casting of a spell. But if you want to sell it and put it out into the world, then, you know, a lot of people would be willing to pay a pretty high price. I can speak common.
Me too.
Not well. I can't speak it well. But yeah, essentially, if you want to try with either Torin's assistance or your own, you know, sales pitches, you can attempt to try and sell that because that is a very powerful spell for 3d10 worth of healing that you can spread out amongst people. Especially when you put into retrospect that the commoner stat block only has 7 hit points. So that being used on non-awakened could be extraordinarily powerful, excuse me, for a spell, a third level.
Okay. Is there like a baseline of like how much spell scrolls sell for?
Oh, for a third level one, yeah. It would go off of just 5e. Starting off, because it is a third level, it would fall underneath being an uncommon. But because it is a healing spell, it get bumped up a little bit. You don't know like a exact market value because this is a different time entirely, but you're still looking at like anywhere between like 500 to 1,000 gold potentially. Maybe more, maybe less.
Damn. Okay. Yeah, I'll ask Torin if we could start bids at 1,000.
Yeah, you're not gonna get many clientele bidding on an unknown spell for 1,000, but we'll make those rolls later. Let
Okay.
me ping Jared to see if he's here because I don't want to bounce back and forth. Hi, Jared. You alive, girly? But in the meantime, I'm very, very excited to move on to everyone else's shit because although we've only done 2 things so far, we have a lot of interesting goodies to come. As I shit you not, preparing for all this, I have 6 different Google Docs tabs open at the moment with all the lore that you guys requested. I'm alive. Just got a call, so I had to step away. Okay. Okay, so while we are waiting for Jerry to get back, then, do you just want to wait for him, or do you want to go back and do another Kipley thing and then the Mammoth thing until he gets back?
I'm good with whatever. I mean, I only have one other
Too.
thing.
Because I know you have a decent amount, Kip. Do you want to do another one?
Uh, sure.
Cool, cool, cool.
Yeah,
Because
yeah, yeah.
your research, I think minimum that's gonna be. Well, you know what? Let's roll for it because I had a Rye roll for his. Oh my god, why did I use a Discord name? That's weird. Go ahead and roll me a D4 plus 2.
I'm so used to it. It's totally okay.
I think it's the first time I ever called you that, and it felt like poison in my mouth.
It was the second time. The first time was 5 minutes ago, and I was just like,
6.
huh, okay.
Called you Ryan before, but not. I don't
Oh,
think I called you Rye. So it does take you 6 days for your first research task to
Oh.
complete on the Gloaming Wildlands. What is this second task that you would like to perform?
Um, she wants to research vampires, specifically older ones. Possibly if she could find anything on Carmine, if that person's old enough,
So
whatever.
here's my question for you. Do you just want to look for general vampirism, or do you want to specifically look for Carmine or
Uh,
mentions of a vampire named Carmine?
she'll start with Carmine. And if she can't find anything on Carmine, she'll research general vampirism.
And you're doing this at the academy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why
So,
do you ask it like that?
don't worry about it. Don't worry. Um, go ahead, because the fact that you're rolling does mean there's information out there, but go ahead and roll. This is going to be how nice do I want to be right now? This is going to be an investigation check.
Okay.
Because you are not necessarily looking for historical text for this. You are literally thumbing through anything that you can find with the name Carmine in a library that is so expansive that you have only seen a tiny portion of it so far. So this is going to be a ridiculously high DC. We are going to call this a investigation check of a DC 22.
Ay,
Now, again, same thing this goes with Mammoth. You can just do this until you get to the point where you've spent 4, 10 days trying to find it.
all right,
So
she's
I'll let you
going to
roll as many
spend the
times as you want.
first one, and then if she doesn't get it, she's good. Yeah, fuck that. She's gonna
Natural one.
she's
I
gonna
think
involve
that's-
someone else.
Okay, who are you gonna try and reach out to?
She's gonna see if she can.
Ghostbusters.
Who are you
if
gonna
she
call?
can- I mean, she's gonna call out until someone at least acknowledges her, and then she's gonna ask for help. Looking
Wonderful.
up like monsters, specifically vampires, the bloodlines, things like that.
Okay. So now that we got a little bit more substance, you will see this kind of like older elven lady, probably in her God, like 600s, you would presume, stops by after you just start yelling like help in the library. Um, the individual walks up to you and goes, "Hello, I see you're trying to research vampirism. I am more than happy to assist you in this. We do have a finder's fee, a researcher's fee, if you will. It is 50 gold per day. But you have all of our talents and our expert knowledge on parts of the archives tomes for what exactly you're looking for.
50 gold? Or,
50
sorry,
gold per day.
50 gold a day.
50.
I will give you 100 gold if you can find me
Oh.
anything on someone named Carmine in particular.
100 gold if I can find someone on a Carmine in particular. Do you have any more information besides the fact that their name is Carmine?
She's a vampire. I'm
Vampire.
imagining a like leader of vampires. I think they call them masters or something. I don't know, but she's very good at manipulation. She runs her own businesses. She's a right bitch.
Ah, I see. A personal hate quest we're on. I can absolutely do this for you. The gold, please.
She
You pay
hands it over.
up front 100 gold with no guarantee that you're gonna be able to find this. But here's what I'm gonna offer you. Let me. So, listen. I'm not gonna say these prices are fair because you're running in like a mageocracy right now. It is heavily favored towards those of wisdom and learning in higher education, and those who don't and have a lot of gold. This is one of those cases where I go oof. You can, if you like, essentially what she offers you is advantage on the roll, or you can use her statistics and make the roll, which is essentially just going to be a 13 in intelligence and proficiency.
Wait, say that again?
So
can-
you can use advantage and use your own statistics. Or you can use her research statistics, which is good. I think I said it
I
wrong the
would
first
go
time.
with hers.
Okay.
I have
Is-
shit.
It's not incredibly high.
It's
but-
got to be better than a +1.
It's a +5.
Okay.
It's a +5 it's once. You cannot use your inspiration reroll on it. I will allow you to use the D6 roll on it, but you can't reroll it because it is not your roll that you're technically making. So it's
All
up to you. You
right, I
can do
will
it
roll
twice.
it. I'll be very.
You can do either. I'm just
I'll
saying
be
you can either.
over their shoulder looking at everything.
Okay. So with advantage, you're using your +1. If do you have you don't have guidance, right? For
No.
your weird spiritual tome. Okay. Um, actually, you know what? For 100 gold, they will provide you with guidance as well. I feel like that is within reasons. You can add a D4 to this roll.
Oh, awesome. What a good little
So
researcher
with
this
with
person is.
advantage, you pay them twice their daily. Yeah, you're essentially gave them a 50% tip. So yeah, they're not 100% tips. They're not complaining. Um, with advantage and a D4, the DC is still 22.
Okay. Investigation. Come on, you bitch.
21. And
Plus a
go ahead and just
d4?
roll me the D4 just for the shits and giggles. A 24. Now, here's what I'm going to offer you. 24, you're going to find something. Even though it's a high DC, it's not going to be a lot. Do you want to attempt to roll the D6 to get to a 30 for more information?
Oh,
You would have to roll a 6.
yeah.
There's
Why
no
not?
you get a 25 and get extra. Okay?
Nope.
4. Okay. You do get something, but it's not a lot. So here's the thing. You pay for the researcher. You say when they say it's 50 gold per day, it's not like an hour and then they're like, "Oh, that's the research time done." This is 24 hours of you with this research assistant sitting inside of the archives doing nothing but actively going through legitimately dozens upon dozens, easily over 100 different tomes for the specific research topics. Like you're giving her such vague information to go off of that like you fly through so many different books on vampirism.
Whatever, she
Now,
gets off on this. She loves it.
okay, okay, we don't we listen and we don't judge. Um, you look through and see that Carmine is a name that doesn't pop up in a lot of books. Now, the information that you find is not a tome. It is not a research paper. This isn't any specific, like, notarized account or story that you find the name inside of this. She essentially brings you over a stack of unbound pages. They are not, there's no formal book cover, there's no formal spine. You can see they are rather old looking. They are weathered, and while the text is like readable, it is not in a language that you can read. Um, this is a cipher. Essentially, you are looking at a old piece of stored information that someone didn't quite either understand what the meaning was when they were bringing it in. They thought it was an ancient artifact of some kind that they were trying to build a translator code for, so they could understand what the cipher stood for. But you see your research assistant um, brings it over to you. She goes, "Right, so you said vampirism and Carmine. The the name doesn't appear in this text. However, this is I can't read all of this. I can only go off of what has been translated so far. Um, but I can tell you that this is on vampires. And this is on the vampire clans of Carmia. That is, I don't know if it's exactly what you're looking for, but this is all I could find. This is, by the way, 20 hours in. Like, she is an elf. She only needs to sleep for 4 hours. This is basically her staying up the entire day for you. And, like, you essentially, the archive is closed. It's just you guys. You're like the last ones here, completely dark outside. No one else is around. It's taken you guys all day to find this.
What's her name?
Um, uh, we'll go with Leah.
Yeah.
She's a half elf. Probably her later years. She goes, so yeah, we have the Kamiya tribesmen, the clans, from what we can see. I believe there appears to be one, two, three, four different clans that came from the name of Kamiya. Is that something that you'd be interested in, or should I keep looking?
Yes. No. Yes. Please.
Okay. You have the clan of Varkhal, the clan of Severin, Corathane, and Ilmyra. Each has a small excerpt stating their origins and last seen position in the world. I can't quite make out all of this because this is a runic text, which means it's not exactly language. It's kind of like a, do you know how people use like cryptograms to try and hide things and for like different, like do you know like thieves' cant and stuff like that?
No.
Oh, okay. You know of it though, right? I'm
Mm,
using it as like a. Never
let's
mind. You
say
don't have
I
to get
do.
into it. Um, it's very similar. Where it's like it's not a language, but you can use like series of symbols to represent letters and different combinations of them. I
Okay.
can only make out parts of this, but what ties these together is uh, the positions of each clan. I can see that the Vakal were known as the Redthroats. The Severin were known as the Vain Arcanists. And the Corifrians, the Stone Drinkers, and the Amiras were the Pale Veils. I'm not quite sure what that means, but there is more text beneath them. If you would like, we can try and work on breaking this cipher together, or I can pass this on to another researcher, potentially more skilled than I. It's up to you what you would like to do with them. You cannot leave necessarily the archive with these, but we can put these on hold for you to continue coming back and trying to break down what they say.
All right. I'll do that.
Okay, wonderful. So essentially, you can continue to come back here every single day for the remaining month that you have to try and decipher more and more text on exactly what these leftover and you can gather these are written accounts. Like someone wrote down what you can only just can guess to be like either oral tradition from tribes people or some type of like first-hand account of seeing these tribes in action.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
So
Thank you.
yeah, do you want to come back to that later, or do you want to do some of those rolls now for more information?
No, I can come back to it later.
Cool. Duradon, because we have not gotten to anything yet. By the way, you've missed. So far, both of these fuckers have rolled insanely well on their checks. We've gotten, I think, like 4 natural 20s, which is insane.
3 of them came from Mammoth.
Jesus Christ, I knew that boy Mammoth. I did hear Mammoth got to finish the spell.
He did finish the spell. He did.
Yeah.
We got our first custom-made spell, a 3rd level spell, known as the
Create
creating
constellation.
constellations. There we go. Did not remember it at all. Had to go and write it down. Hell yeah. Yeah, and now we have some vampire lore. Duradon.
Mm.
Out of everything that you have listed, just in case you didn't get the beginning, we're doing a one by one thing instead of going
Mm.
between and sitting on all the people. Um, what would you like to start your research off with? And because you in particular, I know, are doing a little adverse style of research opposed to the other two, who are both relying on the academy.
Mhm.
Um, do you want to start some of the research that keep you in the city, or would you like to start a research that require you to travel?
I think Doradon will start the research to keep him in the city. Specifically,
Okay.
he get books that he could take on the road with him. So, like, starting getting
Perfect.
the foundation, and then he'll leave the city. But before
You
he leaves the
leave
city, he'll have a
us?
conversation with others.
So for research, same deal as Kipley. Do you want to get a research assistant to help you gather tomes that you can either rent or fully buy to help you with either one or both of your tasks? I think you wanted to try and get proficiency. I know in alchemy supplies, but also herbalist kits, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really it's just potion making. So if
Potion
they're
making. Yeah.
whichever one is better for,
Al,
like,
you're definitely looking for more alchemist than herbalist.
all right, man. Then I'll
Herbalist is more like active
help
medicine and to
potion.
treat wounds at the moment. Alchemy is crafting potions for effects.
Then alchemist for sure is the
Okay.
primary focus.
So, do you want, because you do have access to the archive, just like everyone else in the party, do you want to try and wing it and just grab tomes yourself and either rent them or buy them, or do you want to get an assistant?
He'll definitely get an assistant. He's not shameful that he probably isn't the best at
Wonderful.
reading shit.
Um, so you can go ahead, drop 50 gold, and go ahead and make me a wisdom check. We can do a medicine check for you with advantage.
Quick question:
You can, uh-huh.
Since can I hire multiple individuals, or am I just only allowed one?
You can hire as many individuals as you want for a mechanical purpose.
Come on, big
It's not
roller.
going to. I'll essentially allow them to lower the DC for every assistant that you buy. It is 50 gold per assistant.
Dordon will says 50 gold per assistant.
Yeah, I'll allow for every assistant that you buy, because it is a per day thing. But if you're just doing book shopping, you only need them for one day. Um, I'll allow you to do a -2 to the DC per every assistant that you buy.
Got you. Dordon is going to drop
Oh god.
500 gold.
Oh, 10?
Yeah, to get 10 assistants.
You buy 10 assistants for one day. So you walk into the archives, by the way. You walk over to the front register and you see there's a small little gnomish woman. Um just younger individual, probably in like her early like 30s, and she goes, "Oh, hi. Welcome to the archives. Would you like to buy a research assistant today? What can we help you with?"
Um, yes, I'm going to be honest. I'm kind of new to the process of studying, and I'm going to be gone for a long time. And
Sure.
yeah, so like I was
What do you need
thinking
help
about,
with?
I need to find, or there are several different things I need to find, but primarily like information on um alchemy, um and specifically um alchemy in its use with like potions and altering the physical capabilities of a person. Um,
Sure. Gotcha.
kind
We
of.
can absolutely provide a research assistant for that. We do have a few members. How many assistants would you like?
10.
I'm sorry. You just see your face drop, and you provide the 500 gold up front.
Mm-hmm.
You watch as this young gnomish woman looks over at like this older like bugbear sitting off in the corner who you kind of get like managerial vibes from. They just
Yeah.
kind of like let out a deep sigh, shrug their shoulders, and then she goes, "We'll go find 10 assistants. Hold on." And starts pulling assistants who are clearly like on break to go and help you as they spend not the entire day for you because you're gathering alchemy 101 in every single capacity in multiple different languages. Like you're getting the full kit and caboodle, but because you have so many people, you don't have to roll. I'm not going to make you roll. 'Cause even if you roll a natural, you can't roll. Go ahead, actually roll me with advantage. If you roll two natural ones, you'll still fail this.
Okay. Fair. Advantage. What type of check?
Advantage with a D4, it's a medicine check.
Medicine.
Um, just for your
Gotcha.
basic understanding of getting your alchemy books. You literally have
Uh.
a 1 in 800 chance. You're good. The
Yeah.
DC is 0. It's just you got negative 1 twice, or the natural 1 twice, you would have failed. Um, yeah, you literally get a small army to help you get books. It doesn't, in no way, shape, or form do they teach you alchemy. They give you everything you need to learn alchemy. So they also will give you, for the 500 gold and all the assistants, they give you what materials you need to like craft your own alchemy kits as well. So you don't necessarily have to buy them from stores, which I believe are 25 gold. You can spend long enough in nature to collect raw materials that you need to form into alchemy kits.
Gotcha.
But that is your first task down. Because it's only a singular day, do you have anything else in specific that you'd like to do while you're in the city?
Um.
Any research while you have the 10 people as well? Because you do have a full day. We'll say
Oh
that took
yeah.
half the day.
Got you. Um. Gordon would then. Um. He's gonna go back to the managerial. The gnome. Woman.
Sure.
Um. And he's going to first kind of like pitch it to her so it doesn't scare the other 10 people who are just employees.
Hmm.
Um, he's gonna be like, so they've done really well with finding the alchemy book. Um,
I'm so happy to hear.
the I- they have some ample time, and I want them to research another topic, but I also want to kind of run it by you first, so that they don't freak out, and there's like a
Oh,
whole
okay.
can we should we be doing this, or like is this kind of a thing that we can do? Um,
Oh, is this something I should get my manager for?
maybe first off, what is the city's I guess like moral, ethical, legal stance on like blood magic?
Hemocraft?
Yes.
Um, it's kind of a dead art. Um, we don't necessarily, it's not necessarily outlawed. It's just not really used because it's kind of like, why would you ever use something that's so like, how do I put it? It's like comparing using a physical shield when you can just cast the spell version of shield for such a higher benefit, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Um, I don't think it's necessarily outlawed. We do have, I'm sure we can find tomes on Hemocraft and the Hemocraftic arts. It's just going to be varied results depending on what you're trying to find.
Okay, cool. Um, just
Nothing illegal, though. You had me worried for a second if I remember.
Oh,
Research
okay.
like lichdom or something.
Oh no. That's uh only weak individuals go for lichdom, from what I heard from the magical community. I don't know.
You heard right.
All right.
What aspects of the hemocraft can we help you with?
Um, the so like I am a practitioner of Hemocraft. The last name is kind of I guess, an omen for the skill set that I would develop. Um, but I, if there's Hemocraft specifically focusing on um using blood to um kind of alter physical aspects itself, or um using blood for
Juicy.
weapons, different things like that. Like kind of
Okay.
close quarter close quarters use of Hemocraft.
And you're looking for like historic tomes on this? Or like any research endeavors for people who have actively tried this in the past?
Oh yeah, like research, either like historical journals, peer reviews. If I don't know if this world has peer reviews, uh, but like theories, um, anything in relation to it, even if it's a scientist or an arcanist that is
Okay.
theorizing what could be done. Um,
Sure.
practitioner.
Well, I'll have them look into that for you. Um, so because you do have 10 people working on it, um, it is going to be only half a day's research, so it's still going to be a high DC. Um, specifically, what would you like to try and get out of this as your main factors? You have general hemocraftic arts in there, um, but for body and hand, are you looking for like reference for dirt on style after? Or are you looking for something to potentially gain here?
Dordon is looking to maybe expand his way of thinking. He only knows Hemocraft specifically for what he's brute forced. So he's looking to see if other people have theorized other ways to use it that maybe he hasn't thought about.
I 100% understand. You will still have to roll.
Gotcha,
You
gotcha,
do still have advantage because you have
gotcha,
10
gotcha.
people. The DC for this would have been a 20. Um, but because you do have researchers working on this, it's again, you're just gonna have to roll to avoid natural ones. Um, well, shoot, if you get above, this is going to be a straight intelligence check. Um, if you roll above with advantage and with a d4, if you roll above a 20, I will straight up tell you other ways that you can use Hemocraft that could potentially be applied, not through any class features, but through potential um, study of the book and through like just using your bloodline ability. I was trying to think of the goddamn word. Um, you get above a 20, I will allow that. Anything else, you'll just get historic accounts of how people have spent their time trying to understand what Hemocraft can do.
Oh yeah, gotcha, gotcha.
If
All
you
right.
actually, what's the maximum that you could get on this with advantage D4 and your bonus?
Uh, a 25 is the highest I could possibly get.
And with an inspiration dice for a D6, you could get to a 30.
Yes, I could potentially get to a 30 here. Yeah.
Okay, let's see what you get. Go ahead and roll with advantage, give a D4, and let's see where we land.
Alright.
Oh, and you do have Kipley's thing as well, so you can
Talisman,
add an
okay.
additional D4 because that's
I
not
don't
guidance. That's something
know.
else.
She might want to hold back that magic after that Lich comment.
So what the fuck
M-
was? I'm sorry.
Me when I hear that I'm being judged from afar. I would like to think, by the way, because your research took so long, Kipley, you're on the other side of the library just with your singular assistant, and you see all these other assistants pulling
Oh yeah.
alchemy tomes off of books, and like you don't see Dirdon during this entire
No.
encounter, but you just see all these like rude assistants pushing for your space, and like, what the fuck's going
100%.
on?
She, in her mind, she was just like, Oh, what rich bitch hired all these assholes?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. 2d4. Okay, so you're at 24.
I'm
Do
at
you want to
25.
spend? Oh my God, I can do math. I saw the 18, but I didn't see the 19. Um, 25. Do you want to spend a d6 to reach 30?
I will spend a d6. I need a 5 or a 6. This is the time where Kipley and Mammoth's luck are gonna come in clutch. Dear God, please, and roll 20. We've been together for such a long time. Let's not do this tonight. Um, it is. Oh, you bitch!
Three.
Oh, you bitch!
So
Okay, cool.
you will get the historic accounts. You won't get anything that can be applied immediately. So here's the thing. In terms of hemocraftic history, it's you get like the benefit of there not being a lot because it gives you more time to go for what there is. Um, there isn't a lot of historic figures that can actually. He did roll the talisman d4. Um, there's not a lot of historic figures that you can find that have openly recorded their use of hemocraftic arts within the cities. Um, like within the city's archive, like that they've taken note of. But here's something, because you got over a 25, that I was very much hoping that you would get. In your quest to find hemocraftic arts, you find a name of someone who openly was noted to be a practitioner of hemocraft, and a notable one at that. Um, you see a name of Varkal. Varkal the Red Throated. Now, it is not necessarily a description of who they are, but you do get they were a you get some basic information on like what they left in terms of contributions to Hemocraft. Um, they had their throat torn out in a fight that was not accurately described in the tomes. There was no like lead up to like who caused any of their injuries. You don't know whether it was personal accounts not being written or what, but they had their throat torn out, and it was said for the use of Hemocraft, they were able to regenerate their throat daily to the point where they couldn't fully regenerate a new one. But in the regenerative factor, they slowly began to build a mutagen up in their body that caused them to be able to restore limbs over time to the point where they became semi-immortal. There's no record of their death, and there's no record of any current or last known locations. However, they were not human. You get the strong implication that they were, in fact, dampiric at the very least, if not a vampire. And that in the hunt for hemocraftic arts, they were once a blood hunter who took on the curse of vampirism to try and enhance their natural born gifts and learn gifts. And it does, from their record, from their word, because there's no other confirmation of this, there was a massive effect on their ability to manipulate blood once they became a vampire. To the point where their
Like,
blood hunter abilities nearly doubled in terms of what they could affect, including blood inside of others, not just their own.
Ooh. So,
You also get the understanding that outside of this, you rolled. Did you roll 28? What was the
uh,
final?
the total was, yes, 28.
Roll me just a straight d20 for a luck check.
Got you.
You definitely want higher. Anything that is above 13, especially.
Is this for information on a subject that is undead?
This is a luck check. It does not count for.
Okay,
It does
gotcha.
not count for that. No, no,
Gotcha.
no, no,
I
no.
was gonna
I
ask
like the
about
hustle. I like the hustle. I like the hustle.
the.
Um,
Cool,
no,
D20.
this is see if you can get multiple names on top of this, or
Oh,
if it's
type it.
just the
Gotcha.
one.
Come on. Oh no, 6.
6. Okay. So you only really find Varkal. Varkal was a small note in the hemocraftic world, but the impact was clearly large in the fact that people started. Yeah, I can absolutely just pop it over. They were also the head of a clan named after themselves.
Oh,
Um,
nice.
the the other hemocraftic arts that you can find, you do see in the form of blood hunters and their ability to cast spells without necessarily having ties to the arcane. You have note that in the anti-magic field, blood hunters' abilities are not dimmed nor affected, and that while there were studies very briefly conducted within Relen, it was roughly about um, I want to say maybe about 100, less than 100, probably like 75 years ago. There was a few studies to test its capabilities to find out just how tied in magic it is in terms of like raw animus for it being counted as spellcraft. It could not be counterspelled. It could not be dimmed with an anti-magic field. And any weapons that were granted with the blessings of Hemocraft, well, the blessings themselves were not overly powerful. The curses that they bore also seemed to apply to a way that they could not be counterspelled or dispelled by magic, as it was a physical trait that was being affected, and it was not a magical effect. So you get the understanding that all the curses and the rights that you can get from the Blood Hunter class and subclasses are all unaffected by any form of dispel magic, counterspell, or any anti-magic field that they would be stuck in. And that the fact that there is the ability to cast spells based off of Blood Hunter, but that, in a mechanical standpoint, is just when you take the subclass of the Profane Souls that allows you to cast spells and such.
Yeah.
Whether you can expand further on that, who knows? But for this specific venture, that is all you can find at the moment. You get some generic information on Blood Hunters, and the fact that they were an order that was established far outside of society at first because it was a lot more taboo. City of Relen's a lot more relaxed than other cities, so you get the strong impression that you were right to approach this cautiously, and that this was probably one of the few places that you can openly research without judgment, or, you know, prosecution or anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, you definitely pull a lead on that. Now, I want you to go ahead, and roll me one more luck check. We're gonna call this anything that is above a 10 or higher. Is that you run into Kipley while you're researching vampires, or while vampirism pops over to see if you have to borrow a tome that she, or borrow one of the pages that she had.
Gotcha. 14.
14. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Kipley, while you're thinking, God, these assholes, whatever prick dropped so much gold that they're taking all these tomes and being so loud, you see one of them approaches you and asks to look through the tomes that you are that are kind of stacked up on your table. And you see Leah kind of allows them to go through what you are not actively looking through at the moment, and they look and see the name on one of your pages and goes, excuse me, I hate to intrude and interrupt your research.
Do you?
I really do. I normally would not interrupt another person who's already paid for our services so handsomely. We appreciate your patronage. Um, another another researcher is looking for a specific type of information. I believe one of these pages has a name that he would be interested in. Do you mind if I zip it over to him real quick and I can bring it right back if you're not using it actively? Or if you like,
What
we'd be
name?
happy to bring your materials over to them.
Which name in particular on here?
He points to a page where you see the clan name of Farkal.
Sure, I'll help you. And she lifts some of the
Oh,
papers.
I mean, they only requested information on Hemocraft, and I don't think they really need any of these other pages. So if I can just borrow this one, um,
I'd like to
and
walk it over because we're still not done with it, so I've kind of would like it
oh,
back.
okay. I mean, if you want to request, if you can do like a joint study session, that'd be fine. I mean, it's up to
Sure.
them. I will warn you, they did spend a lot of gold to
Hemocraft, you
have us.
said?
Yeah.
Hem- she looks back at Leah. Does that help narrow down our search at all?
Um.
If we added that in?
Not particularly. It expands it if you want to try and use what little time we have left. And
No, I'm
you
gonna go
see,
find out what this asshole knows.
yeah, as you were brought over, you see Duradon surrounded by 9 other research individuals, all piling him with different tomes and topics and translating different pages because they're not all in common. A lot of these texts have to be translated, which is why you spending 500 fucking gold is actually very smart because you have all these different tomes being brought onto you. Um, and Kiblisi, the page is brought over and placed in front of Duradon,
Oh no.
who is
No. She walks over and slaps it down in front of him. Hello, Davidon. Is this the page you're needing?
Maybe.
you see all the assistants immediately kind of back off, sensing some tension.
What are you researching? Something about Hemocraft?
Yeah, that's kind of my skill set, so trying to see what we can find here.
Really?
Yeah.
So she pushes the paper in front of him. Can you read this?
Is it like in a different language or is it?
It is in a cipher. The majority of the text is in runes, in runic code, excuse me. So you can't make out 90% of the page. However, there is like subtext underneath a portion of the title, of which you can see the word Varkal on it. That has been translated over to common, and you can see all of the other clan names that have been translated as well. You see Severin, you see Corfane, and you see Elmira.
Do any of these languages help at all?
Let me see. Common, Sylvan, Elvish, Primordial, Orc, Draconic, Celestial, Undercommon. No.
Okay.
It's not necessarily a language barrier. It is the fact that this is a runic cipher that can be again, as I stated with Kipley, you can attempt to crack it to learn all information that's on these pages. It is a matter of trying to essentially find letters in the common language and like form sentences with these runes to kind of backwards create a cipher for the cipher.
Okay.
How much did you pay for all these people?
Like 500 gold.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't do magic, so my hobbies are far less expensive. Currently, at least.
Are you wanting to become a vampire?
I wasn't, and then I started reading and saw things, and I want to see if there are other forms of vampire. That was going to be another topic that I was going to pay them like more gold tomorrow to do. But like, yeah, I'm looking into forms of vampirism that I think would align deeply with my skill set, especially if it can help my hemocraft.
You know, you could just talk to Vince about that.
I'm sorry, Vince is a vampire? We all know that Vince is a vampire, or was that just a?
Um, no, no, I don't think you did. I'm pretty sure that's just a Ghibli thing. You knew he wasn't human because he appears as an elf. Um, but him being outed as a vampire, I don't believe so. Kipley only knew that he was some type of vampire because you did your mind meld session with him, where you looked for a majority of his memories. So it's not public information that he's a vampire, especially because he has been seen in the sun. So it's certainly not a classic form of vampirism.
I mean, sure. I feel like he's kind of indisposed at the moment. I don't think I'll be able to talk to him for a year or so. But
Oh no, a whole year. Hopefully we'll make it. All right.
it's. Were you researching how to become a vampire?
Sure, I would like to become a vampire. On top of everything else.
I was about to say like that. I feel like is that like too? And he looks around at all the other people that are kind of like shrugging away,
You
saying
got an
that it's
audience.
personal. Yeah,
Yeah.
and he's gonna like mind link to say like, aren't you like already another form of undead? Like, can you double up the undead?
I don't know, is that possible? Have you seen any research on, like, you know, jumping ship, jumping sides?
Jumping, I don't
Like,
know how that.
like going from one undead to another? Is that possible?
You can research it.
I'm honestly, I'm not sure. Undeath is a really general term for the different types of things that can happen when you die the wrong way.
Yeah.
I can 100% tell you there is an answer.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
But
if they find something, I can definitely share it if you're trying to, like.
I mean, I assume if you're going to want to become a vampire, you at least need to know what all the weaknesses are and everything. I would like to know what those are.
That's fair, huh?
Not because
That's
I
fair.
want to kill you.
You know, it has never once occurred to me to be scared that you would kill me. And that is terrifying. I feel like that is that goes against the natural skepticism.
No, it's because you understand. She rests a hand on your arm. You understand that everything we've been through together, it's bonded us in a way.
It has. I've just unfortunately been reminded that you are capable of killing me.
Well,
Or
look,
there is a world in which you can decide that you would rather see me dead than alive.
you have actively killed far more people than I ever have.
Absolutely, that is 100% correct. Still not, still scary.
so to put a pork in it, I went to say
pin in
cork
it.
and pin at the same time, and I got pork. To put a pig in it, um, mechanically, I will allow both of you, if you like, to make a combined roll to try and, if you'd like to try and take time out of your downtime, try and decipher this. Um, You can do this together to try and find out the entire full page of what it says.
Oh man, we're so not smart.
Now, I will warn you, if you ask to buy out the library again, it is going to cost you a little bit more because doing it once is like, okay, this guy's on a publicity stunt. The second time, they're like, okay, we have a decent amount of researchers. You are taking away quite a few to be disposed of for the entire 24-hour period that you're using. So
Right.
it's not going to be a massive increase, but it will be an additional 100, we'll call it 150 gold if you want to buy out 10 more researchers again.
Yeah, you
Gotcha,
really have
gotcha.
to show a restraint in the future.
But hey, I just information. I'm not good at getting information. They are, and that's. I feel like that's the whole hill of being rich. You can pay people to do the things that you can't,
But
and
while
then
you
do the
think
things
about that, we will hop back over to Mammoth.
gotcha, gotcha.
While
Mammoth?
you guys are thinking about researching that, you can decide amongst yourselves whether or not you want to do that together, or if you want to do another 10 fucking researchers to drop some gold on that. By the way, I'm not saying it's a bad thing to do. I'm not judging that point. I am just astonished that Durdon gets money and immediately buys out the library. It is such a I have no need for this kind of thing, and I love it. Um, Mammoth. 14 days have gone by. 2 full weeks, you have crafted your spell. You have create constellation in your hands. What would you like to do? I know you have at least one other thing on your mind. Do you want to
Uh,
try and seek out the party, or do you want to try and go about it on your own?
we'll rock solo style.
Okay. For those of you who are wondering what we were talking about, Mammoth is going to attempt to find his older self. As you were quoted to
Here?
have, he was said that you were going to find either a straight up older version of yourself inside of the city, or you would find the trail to them when you were meeting with what you call it, Alsander. Forgot his name for a second. Um, how would you like to try and find yourself?
Uh, let's take a trip to the archive.
I will tell you.
There's no
Nah,
one
you
available.
can make it. You can make research attempts. What are you gonna try and do? What are you trying looking for?
uh, somebody within the last, I don't know, reasonable amount of time that has star magic.
Okay. Do you want to look up for like previous comets?
Uh, yeah, I don't want to waste too much time if it's like a dead end. I feel like there's not going to be like any
You can.
information about that.
I'll tell you this. To try and find the current version of yourself, you may have a +0 in intelligence, but you are still a wise child. You would you would have an inkling that no matter how many books there are, if you're trying to find someone who's alive, the library may not be the best place. But if you're trying to learn about, like, get some research on yourself to try and see if there's any other older comets that you want to try and learn about, you can absolutely do so.
Uh, can we just like ask a librarian if she thinks that there's anything worthwhile or like in that kind of realm?
For the comets,
Yeah.
you see though, look at I mean, yeah, we got plenty of books on the constellations and the stars.
Uh, but like, what about people who use the stars for magic? Do you think does that ring any bells?
Um, star magic. We may have tomes on that. I don't have any like popular tomes off the top of my head. It's a very niche area of research, especially amongst we have like celestial body users in terms of like sorcerers and clerics, but I there's stellar bodies are very disconnected from most spellcasting.
All right, let me ask you this: if you were able to use the stars for magic, where would you go in the city?
Ah, somewhere with a telescope?
Okay, and where might that be?
I I have no idea. The Academy has a few spy glasses that we've enhanced to look up into the sky, but those are for the students and private researchers' use.
Have you ever heard of any of the students using one and seeing a giant snake thing? Does that? What about that?
I'm pretty sure there's a constellation of a snake. Yes.
But no, like snake that's eating worlds or anything like that.
I
Have you
can't
seen
say
any of
that
that?
we have. Otherwise, it'd be rather, well, concerning.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah, of course. Small child, have a good one.
You do.
That's weird. He's just walking away. They're just like talking to something. Snake in the sky. All right. Um. Yeah. So you get the fact that you're probably not the best to research the archive. What would you like to try and do next?
Let's see if there like a professor of star or not star. What the hell is it called?
Astronomy?
Astrology?
Astronomer.
Astronomy? Not astrology. I don't remember which is
Astrology?
which.
Astronomer.
Yeah. Is there one
Is
of
there a
those?
meteorologist somewhere? um, if you wanna look through if you wanna look through all different types of classes to try and find an astrology class, you can.
Do it. It's in the highest point of the building. I guarantee it.
You're probably right,
I
actually.
okay. Listen here. Listen, it's actually in the basement. Haha.
Lies.
Can I just like show up to the professor's office hours?
Oh God.
Whatever those
So
are.
Dean's office.
let me ask you
now.
this, because
Uh,
you have essentially notable permission to be on campus grounds
mhm.
by Torrensilier and to access the archive's basic information. Going to research classes without getting permission ahead of time is either going to be a stealth check or just a raw persuasion check to try and either blend in like you're a student or try and sneak around campus looking for astronomy professors hours for their office hours.
Yeah, I don't want to like take the classes. I just want to like ask the professors if there's any notable students.
Right.
Um,
Your choice, because I you can try and get uh special permission from Torn if you want to bother him about it, but otherwise
yeah,
you are not allowed fully to like get into classrooms.
yeah. Let's ask Torin about it, and also just if he has any like leads on
Okay.
where I might be.
You go to Torn. He is in the midst of working on the item. You go to him after 2 weeks. So he has a physical item already crafted. The rod itself is about the size of like a decent sized bow staff. Um, About like 3 feet tall. You can see it is made of like at the base of it, it was made out of wood, but it has different gemstones embedded into it. You can see varying different displays of different faces are carved into it. Some of them do kind of look like Xyrus. Others are a little bit more like unfinished. as it looks like the actual detailed portion of the enchantment isn't being fully finished yet. Um, but as you ask him about it, he'll go, "You want to? Let me just understand this. You are going to go into the academy to look for astronomy classes."
Yeah, well, astronomy professors. I want to see if they know anybody that like has affinity for the stars, if they took any classes, or if you know any. I'm trying to find my old self so I could get all my
Oh,
memories and stuff. I don't exactly know where to start.
uh, do you have any spells that help you find people or locations?
Uh, I have, I find the path.
I can give you the last known location of where I found Finch,
Is that
if
his
that is
name?
who you're referring to. When I said I knew the previous child of the comet, I was not exactly full of, how do you say it without, there's a child. Poop.
Oh,
Excrement. I genuinely knew him at one time. I'd spent many different life cycles before I have interacted with him, so I don't know if he is still alive, but if he is, I can give you the last place that I saw him.
that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I can mark it on your map. It is not too far from here.
Okay.
Um, and listen, I was gonna eventually guide you in that direction because he did straight up say that in your first encounter. I didn't know if you remembered it. Um, he goes ahead and marks on your map the tallest point in the hills between Speranza and Relen, which, by the way, I'm now just realizing for those who know of the game Arc Raiders,
Oh,
I named a city before the game launched, by the way. You all saw this map before the game launched.
you should sue.
I should sue. Yeah, I was gonna say I should copyright claim them. Totally original idea taken. How I ever forgive them. They mark on the map. It is about, I think that's like what, 25, maybe 30 miles. Look at me getting
Damn.
somewhere distance. It's about 35 miles away from the city. So you can take like 2 days travel to get there. But he essentially describes a point in the mountains where it wasn't his main domicile, but they had they had was essentially like a large um, encampment on the top of the mountains that was being used as kind of this guy's Finch's outpost before the natural world developed into roads and the various cities that sprung up around Speranza, Fortuno, and Relen.
Okay.
So, do you want to make the trip by yourself to go visit them, or see if they are there? Because you can just find the path to get the general location he was talking about.
Um, if I would have like naturally ran into Kipling or Duradon, I would have like let them know, but otherwise I would have probably just left.
Roll me a luck check. We're gonna do this. I have not looked
Definitely
at roll.
did.
I have not looked at roll 20 yet. Because I am
3.
currently. Never mind. I was gonna say anything above a 10, what we would consider running into them. Yeah, nope. You book it by yourself.
All right. I'll bring out Bruce too.
Sure. You and Bruce have a actually, as you leave Relen, you do notice little wisps of stars kind of dancing between your feet. As you do see the small feline form of Joe Wrangler.
Oh my God, I forgot about him.
Um, yeah, as you enter the city of Berlin, he hasn't actually popped up yet. So I don't know if he just doesn't like the city or if he just doesn't vibe with civilization. But as soon as you leave it, you do see the spectral kind of astral form of the cat appear between your legs, kind of walking alongside with you, and eventually kind of like trip the same way like cats do, like when you're walking, they try and walk in between your legs just to kind of like sabotage you.
Oh,
You do stumble a few times, but um, yeah, as you set out, go ahead. Just be I have to, and you can consider me as evil as you wish. Um, roll me a D100. I'm not going to use the normal set of encounter rolls, but I just want to see if you get either of the dire options.
give me a 1.
You're
Dang it.
good. I really don't think you want the one.
It'd be
By
funny.
yourself,
Oh, you're right.
uh, that would not end well. But as you head off on a 2 days journey, you make your way over um, to like this kind of neutral zone between the two cities. Walking past the lake, kind of. And by the way, you're fast. Like your natural walking pace, ridiculously fucking fast. So you didn't have to like worry too much about like losing daylight. You just kind of power walk your way across the countryside like Frodo Baggins on fucking stims. Um, and you eventually find yourself at the base of this mountain. And with the use of Find the Path, you don't even need to actually like make a survival check. You just straight up find the easiest trail to get to the top. And after about a day and a half's travel, it's close to around like 3, 4 o'clock. So like the sun's beginning to get low in the sky and like darkness is beginning to set around the mountain. You can hear now that you're so far out from society. Um, you're good like 30 plus miles out. The sounds of birds and just kind of smaller fauna in the area just chirping, walking through and rustling through the brush, and you are just kind of in like a heavily forested mountain. Um, and as you make your way to the top, you do see, in a very similar description to what Torin was describing, what looks like to be a small, kind of like wooden wall uh, separating the forest line from the actual house. It looks like a small cabin. It has these fortifications around it that look like they've been untreated and uncared for quite some time. It kind of gives you the idea that like this wasn't quite a stronghold, but also was at at one time it would have been much harder to get in here, but now you have little to no difficulty walking through like a small gap in the actual wood. And you can see for a halfling your size, the cabin definitely is meant for what looks like to be an average sized humanoid. Um, and as you approach the door, you don't see any lights on. You don't see any smoke billowing out of the chimney. Um, what would you like to do?
Uh, knock.
You knock on the door and it kind of slightly creaks with the weight put on it. It's ajar.
Hello? Anybody around?
Get no
No.
response.
Is there like, I don't know, evidence of people leaving in a hurry, or is it like just kind of run down and abandoned, or
Go ahead and give me a perception check. I'll have perception or survival, whichever is higher for you.
they're the same?
Nice. 26. Wow. You, after looking around, you get the strong impression that like, there are footfalls and there is boot tracks of a larger sized humanoid. It looks like they were going in and out quite frequently, and especially leading onto like the main pathway to this abode. But you don't see a lot of foot traffic at the actual doorstep. You see going around the back of it, there is a much more well-traveled path that have boot marks that look like they could have been from the past few days. Um, but to the actual interior, you don't see any boot prints or footprints at all.
Uh, and this is like a whole, like, are there multiple kind of cabins or whatever, or
There's a
just the
singular
one?
main cabin, but there are other smaller buildings. Like there is not necessarily like other houses per se. But you can see there are storage sheds. There does appear to be like an open forge. Rudimentary at best, but still you can see there is an anvil and there's a well in the middle of the in the small encampment. Like there is, it looks like this was meant for more than one person from what you can tell.
Um, okay, I'll kind of just go around and I don't know, look for clues, and then if there are none, I'll just I don't know. If it seems like there have been people in the past few days, I guess we'll wait a couple days, and if nothing happens, then go from there.
Okay. I want you to go ahead and roll me. Oh God. Let me decide this. Let's see. We'll do 6. Okay. You wait. And you wait. And you wait. And you wait. Now, how long is Manif willing to wait in terms of days? Are
Like
you
3.
willing to fully sit out there? Okay, 3 days out in the wilderness.
Oh
You
my
Yeah.
have you
god.
Well,
have
I'll
great
like
food and
wait.
water and
Oh my
Goodberry, right?
god.
Yeah.
Kibbley be going out of her mind.
So you are in the wilderness. By the way, the encampment is you can seal it up and you can if you want to try and like work on it to be a little bit more secure, but it you were able to get in here quite easily. Like it the front gate was kind of not bashed in, but had fallen apart. So do you want to like repair anything while you're here, or do you literally just want to just kind of like search around the camp and just kind of hang out?
Yeah, I mean, we'll fix some stuff up to pass the time if possible, but
Okay. Uh, Go ahead and give me an athletics check. Give me 3 of them, one for each day. 15. Okay. 23. Oh my, our strong boy.
Ooh.
Okay, so you make this place better than when you first found it. It's not anything amazing because you don't have like a lot of amazing supplies. You don't have like any new supplies, excuse me. And you don't have the exact strength to cut down a tree and lug it all the way over here to replace some of the missing parts in the wall. But you plug up majority of what's kind of left open. You repair the front gate. You go about and just kind of like dust up and sweep up the place. You repair the like kind of the door to the cabin. You straight up go like, I don't have anything to do. I'm hoping someone's coming back. I'm gonna make it as nice as possible for them. Because this isn't a grove by any means. This isn't a druid encampment. You don't know who used to live here. All you know is that the previous Trail of the Comet used to stop by here quite frequently, from what Torin said. Then again, he did say that was lifetimes ago, so that could have been, or a lifetime ago. That could have been like 70 years ago, could have been 100. But you rely on the footfalls and some hope that somebody comes, and eventually, you said you're willing to stay for 3 days.
yeah.
On the second day, nobody arrives. At the end of the third day, at as you're kind of like waiting and waiting and the day turns to night, you hear the front gate open. As you're kind of inside of the cabin, kind of just this is like just after you've finished repairing the door, so you're kind of like taking a moment to yourself, lying down. There's like a very comfortable lounge chair, and you were just full recline, like dead after repairing the fucking rickety porch. Like, my day is over and I may rest. And as you're kind of like preparing for your rest and the potential embarkment out on the next day, there is footfalls, multiple footfalls that come from the front gate, coming in the direction of the cabin. What would you like to do?
Uh, I'll, I don't know. I guess go out and meet them, so to not just startle them as random kids in their house.
Okay. Are you just gonna go and open the front door and just say hi? What do you do?
Basically, hello.
Oh man.
Cool. So the small halfling child gets up, waddles over to the door, opens it up. As you just kind of go, hello, you are greeted with a looming shadow as you see this kind of like massive looking humanoid. I mean, by all means, you are used to like Duradon's height. And Duradon, correct me if I'm wrong, is like 6'7", something stupid, right?
Jordan is 7'2".
Okay.
Sorry,
Something
7'1".
So yeah,
some
something
as
stupid.
I said, something fucking
Something stupid.
stupid. Um this creature is going about 8 to 9 feet tall. You see they are dressed in plain robes. They have a large green cloak strapped over their back, and the kind of like hair is this kind of waddled mess of what looks like to be kind of like white strands that almost look like kind of like seaweed in the way they run down their hair or run down the back, excuse me. They have kind of like semi broken horns on the top of their head, and you can see they are covered in fur. From head to toe, they are just big, hairy boy. Um, and they got little droopy old cow ears. You have not really encountered many of these creatures before. Go ahead and just give me a, we'll call this, give me a straight history check. See if you can remember what type of creature this is.
5.
5. No idea. As you see this big old burly gentleman in front of you, accompanied by two smaller travel companions. You see one clearly of the same species at a younger age, and you see another who is clearly of a different species and age, as they are not even touching the ground and are about a foot tall. Um, as you see this dapper gentleman next to them. You see immediately the kind of larger fellow looks down at you and goes, "Oh, hello there. What are you doing there, bud?"
I'm looking for a man named Finch or woman.
Oh, and who might you be that you're looking for Finch?
Uh, I don't know how to answer that in an easy way.
Do you think you could answer it in a hard way?
I'm him from the future.
Oh no.
You're a man from the future and you're looking for Finch. Well, howdy doody, stranger. And he holds out a hand down towards you. The hand is as big as your arm. It's just like massive, like glove that kind of wraps around you. He goes, well, I'm a man from the present, and I am Finch. How you doing there, bud? I don't exactly know what your name is, but I know you're from the future, and that seems real cool. I don't know exactly what you mean by from the future. If you mean by you're from a few minutes earlier, or previously, or from let's go have a conversation. This seems like a longer kind of deal. Um, he goes, um, you see he kind of laughs a little bit and just kind of moves aside and walks in. And you see the younger woman next to him, of which at this point, out of character, are furbolgs. Younger furbog woman goes, dear Finch, are you sure you're just gonna let this guy sit in your cabin and not do anything about it? He could have just. And he goes, oh, let me tell you there, doll. I think I would know if he touched anything that he wasn't supposed to. And plus, this is the best this place has looked in years, so we're gonna go with it. I go, okay, sure thing. And they just kind of mumble and walk aside. The male fairy is still standing in the doorway, hovering in the doorway, excuse me. You can see they're just kind of intently staring at you with this like analytic gaze of distrust. And as he's staring and getting, he's not like up in your face, he's like a good like foot away. You watch as Joe kind of just pops into existence on your shoulder and hisses, and his eyes kind of go wide, and he kind of fluts back a little bit before just awkwardly pacing himself, pressing against the door, and then slowly inching his way in. As Joe Wrangler is bigger than the fairy. But they all escort themselves in and make themselves comfortable. And you see Finch kind of waves you over, goes, "Why don't you come over here? Let's have a conversation. You seem a nice enough fellow. You went in and fixed up our home. I appreciate that. Least I could do is introduce you. This here is my daughter Barbara. Barbara, say hi to the nice young man. And over here is our stone cold protector. That is Darius. Darius Duvall. He's a good
Hello.
friend and a very handy mercenary in case you're traveling in dangerous territory."
Well, hello, Darius and Barbara.
You see Darius just
Mammoth.
looks at you and goes, "Hey."
Hi. Um. So,
This is the no motion.
anyways, I'm gonna I'm gonna do something, and I'm want to see a reaction, and then
Okay.
we'll wild shape into Archer.
Oh, would you look at that? I don't think I've seen a bull so adorable since I was a wee boy. He kind of looks and pokes at one of the constellations that forms the bow. You see it kind of shimmers and blinks out of existence and back into existence for a moment. What's the goal? You gonna shoot some apples or something?
Mm, no, I was hoping that you could also maybe do this, at, or do something similar.
Oh, I haven't been able to use I haven't been able to conjure anything in quite a number of years. No, no, no. I used to, though, back in my heyday. Let me tell you, I could summon quite the conjuration. Bows as big as trees, bending them back and sending arrows over mountains. Or making a big old dragon appear to ward off enemies and such.
What happened? You can't do that anymore?
No, in recent events, I've been, well, the older I get, the harder it is to kind of maintain my spellcraft, and, well, I'm not quite as connected with the stars, I guess, as I used to be. Ever
Well,
since I
that's
had dear old Barbara here, and he kind of pats her head, she goes, Dad, I really wish you wouldn't in front of guests. He goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, dear, but you know I just love you so much." Um, and he goes, "But you said you're from the future. Oh, what's your name there? I don't think we've had proper introductions."
Mammoth.
Mammoth? Oh, ho, ho, ho. I see you're good. Keeping up the naming scheme. A little bit
Yeah.
bigger than Finch, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a little ironic. Um, but
What can I do
it,
you for, Mammoth?
uh, well, I've met Torrance Salir, and I guess it's my understanding that
Oh,
you,
great guy. I love. He really has an appreciation for the finer things in life.
yeah, and I recently learned all about kind of who I am as the child of the comet, and
Oh,
that
sure.
I've like lived a whole bunch of lives in the past, and when I become an adult, I'm supposed to get all those memories back, but I don't really want to wait. So,
Oh, you're looking to expedite the whole process? Oh, what's the word, Barbara? She goes, expedite, Dad. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Expedite. Well, I guess under certain circumstances, there have been some of us that have learned things quicker than others. I was a late bloomer myself. I wasn't old, but 101, 102 years old when I finally learned what my previous selves were in all my glory. All our glory. Haha. It's funny, we share a common thing.
how old are you now?
Oh gosh, I just turned 676. What was it? Oh, I believe last winter. I've been losing track the more the years go on. Luckily the past few years I got my good old assistant with me to make sure my old noggin doesn't fall off my head. And he kind of pats his daughter's shoulder and she goes, "Oh, Jesus, Dad, you don't have to." And he goes, "Oh, no, no, you've been a great help, and it's a good 400-year run. I can't really be upset, but I do miss him. Miss the constellations dearly."
Yeah, they're nice.
But you're a young and you're just starting out on your journey. Are you going out here by yourself?
Uh, uh, right now I am. I have some friends back in Berlin, but we're
That's
all kind of
good.
doing our own thing.
That's good to hear. Dangerous thing for a comet to be traveling by himself.
Well, that's why I have Bruce and Joe, and he'll motion to
Oh, and you're
the
such a
animal buddies.
trustworthy protector. Let me see you. And you see he goes to pick up Joe, and Joe, fully in the same reaction he had to you, just jumps onto Finch's chest and just claws dig into the hair and just start doing biscuits. He goes, "Oh, and you're just the cutest little star-spangled cat I could see." He starts to like try and pet him, but his hand kind of passes through part of the fur. I love you, little ethereal butt. So, what can oh, you said I needed your memories. Our memories, my memories. Oh, well, that is something that I don't know exactly how to do, but I would certainly be happy to find out for you.
Uh, yeah, I mean, if you could find out, that would be excellent.
Sure. When you say you're looking to find out your memories, are you talking about just like everything in general, or you're looking for something I could maybe impart on you?
Uh, just more so in a general sense.
So you're looking for understanding.
Yeah,
Okay.
and like, I don't know. I feel like past experiences could be helpful for things that I haven't encountered yet.
Well, sure. Sure. I would be happy to help you any way I can. It it may take some time with communion with the old Mother Nature to try and ask for questions and see if she knows how to do it. If you're fine with that, you can stay with our family. Um, we were planning on moving on in a few days, but I can try while I'm here if you want.
Okay.
Sure. Let's give it a go. But for now, I think we're due for some long rest. And he just goes and starts making like some warm tea to kind of soothe off the evening. Mechanically speaking, Finch does not know the process of how to give you his memories, as he has never experienced it before. He's grown to adulthood and gotten the memories that way, but you're asking him to pass them on essentially. So he's a very still, although he does not have access to all his abilities, he's still a very high level caster. I'm still talking in his voice a little bit. Um, he can cast Commune of Nature to try and ask how to get those answers. It is straight up a roll of the dice if he learns how to do so. Otherwise, you may have to either experiment or find another way.
Okay.
So, let's see. We got 3 days before they move on. Let's see if they get it in that time. And then after this, we'll move back to the other two. Okay, so we are going to go ahead. We're going to go roll a D100. So you are looking for anything that is above the 50th percentile. 73. First day. He meditates for 24 hours. Comes back to you and goes, "All right, dear bud. Well, I know it's been a long day by yourself. I hope Joe kept you entertained, and I hope my lovely daughter Barbara kept you up to speed on all of our adventures. I think I understand what we have to do.
Let's hear it.
Come with me." And he
Okay.
walks you out to the mountainside. All right, I asked the All Mother if she knew how best to help you in your quandaries and your current predicament, and well, she gave me an answer, and if you're willing to go through the trials and tribulations, I'm sure she'll show you what you need to see.
Okay. I'm up for a trial.
All right. Well, as one comment to another, do you trust me there, little buddy?
Of course I do.
That is really good to hear, and I love to see that you're such a caring person. And he kicks you off the cliff.
Oh.
Kipling and Durdon,
Oh.
What?
what would you guys like to take some of your days to try and decipher the codex?
Fuck. Ah, shit. That
You
was.
have the pages. I know we're really just whiplash on that, but I want to try and get between time. Um,
Um,
do you want to spend more of your downtime to look into the codex for both the Hemocraftic and Vampirism clans? Potentially looking for any more information on Carmine? Do you want to do something else? Do you want to split back up?
I mean, if Kipley is interested in like the process of vampirism, and wants to kind of like joint research on it, he definitely doesn't mind.
yeah, it would probably definitely keep her attention. And she would share she's specifically looking for a vampire named Carmine, and she's trying to find out as much as
Okay.
she can about vampirism.
So,
Yeah.
with
Carmine,
that
like
in
one of your
mind,
exes?
oh,
What was that?
Jordan will ask if Carmine is one of your exes. He'll do it telepathically, so it's not like just in case it's embarrassing.
Uh, she's going to be.
She's going to. I'm sorry. So you're preemptively preparing to marry a or not marry, I guess, but like get with a vampire from the past, are they also in our future as well, or is this just like a you want to try it out here in this time because you've been like studying them for a while?
No, she's the one that turned Vince.
And we do or don't like her?
No, we don't like her. She was horrible. Horrible to him.
Okay. So I mean, you seem like you're going pretty hard in the paint for Vince. So is this like are you in Vince like a thing now?
What are you even saying right now? We were a
You're
thing. We were a thing. Did you
Oh,
not
okay.
realize that? All the mornings we had breakfast together.
I mean, yeah, you can have breakfast with people that you
The
sleep
times
with.
I literally, yeah.
But like, I've slept with people. I'm not gonna vanquish their foes for them. I feel like those are like two different like types of ordeals. Like normally you'd be like, this was such a wonderful night. We should definitely do this again. And you're like, this is such a wonderful night. Let me vanquish all the people that hurt you in your past.
I mean, I guess I'm not.
Oh.
If I'm going to put my attention to someone, it's going to be someone I care about.
I'm not shaming you for it. I just I wasn't aware that y'all were to that degree. You know, that's some serious like love.
Well, it was.
Well, that's cute.
Yeah, and I want to rip her head off. And then I want to shove it up her asshole, sew it up, and then I want to light it on fire. And maybe like pop it like a pimple out again.
Oh,
And stab it a bunch.
love that. So don't want that shit. No. No. That's where I draw a line. Awing at popping a pimple. So here's what's gonna happen. Before we get to that awful description.
That was terrible.
So here's the thing. The researchers have already had this text for you don't know how long. So buying researchers isn't gonna help you decipher it. This is gonna have to be an individual thing. Now,
Fuck.
the reason why I asked if you do it together is good because you do have at least one of you that's proficient in Arcana, which is going to help with the runic part. This is going to be a two-factor authentication type cipher. You can choose to either make a raw Arcana check, or in this case, Enduradon's going to be a raw intelligence check because you're not proficient. The DC that you are looking for is a combination, is a 30.
Oh, god damn.
Now, hey, listen. Let me finish. Now, if you want one person to do it, it is a 30. If both of you work together, both of you will need to roll individual checks, so you cannot give one or the other advantage. If you both individually hit a dirty 20 together, then I will give you the same information, or you can get one person to hit a 30 with whatever help that you desire.
So we both have to hit a 20, or one of us has to hit a 30.
Correct. And you can do this as many times as you would like.
For days.
What's your
Okay.
It does take a single day per check, yes.
Arcana's +4 for me.
She has a +4. You would be just your raw intelligence, so +1.
Yeah.
But you
Quick question.
can benefit from. Mhm.
Oh no! Go ahead and say the thing you were about to say.
I was gonna say, if you want to buy at least one researcher to benefit from guidance, you can.
Okay, cool.
The only thing is
Also,
you have the talisman.
I do. Um, Also, question: would favorite enemy apply to this? My favorite enemy is undead, and I get advantage on intelligence checks to recall information about them.
Your
You're
favorite
not
enemy is undead?
you're
Yeah,
not necessarily recalling information on this. This is you trying to decipher. Like if this was you trying to like research by yourself, then yeah. But this is you trying to decipher a codex. It's not
gotcha,
necessarily an undead codex. It's a codex with undead information in it.
gotcha. I didn't know if there like
I see what
the
you're trying to go
or the
for.
yeah. I didn't know if it was like a
Trust me,
ah.
you factored it down from a 25 to both of you getting 20s.
Okay, gotcha. Cool.
That's already doing something.
Okay,
Oh
cool.
man.
I want you to understand that's what the difficulty of this is. The fact that they got a few words themselves is already impressive.
So with Hipley getting a D4, and if she got like a so you would need a natural 20 plus the inspiration die to make it a 30.
Yeah, I feel like
Correct.
I think we have better odds at both of us getting with
A
the
20.
bless and you the talisman.
And you can both pay the 50 gold if you both want guidance from your researchers.
I'll take it.
Yeah, we can both try to hit the dirty 20.
Okay. So keep in mind, it is 50 gold every day, and this is a daily activity for you trying to go through it. So this is gonna be a however many days it takes for you to get through this.
Gold subtracted.
Also
Arcana
try.
All right,
check.
first day, straight rolls, the both of you. You're making raw Arcana checks.
Go, Kipley, you got this.
Whapa. Uh,
9.
fuck. I'm not even gonna roll a d4. That's stupid.
Duradon, do you want to roll just to see?
Uh, sure. No. Okay. So
Natural
the first
one.
day.
First day.
All right.
Okay, here's the thing. The first day, this is where you guys figure out how hard this is to decode a cipher without having, someone of great intelligence or natural arcana
Hey,
built
remember when
into their
Rictus
kit.
used to be a part of our group?
Right? Yeah,
Oh,
I miss Rictus so much. He was
where's that
so
fucking
smart.
gnome? Day 2 comes around, 50 more gold from both of you if you want
All
guidance.
right.
Yeah, I'll do the same
Here
thing.
we go.
All right, you got this,
Arcana.
Kipley.
God damn it!
God damn it. Cool. Not much better on my end.
2 days go by. That's 100 gold.
All right, another 50. Let's go. All
Oh,
right, you got this, Kipley. Come on.
come on.
I hate
13.
everything about my life.
Also, keep in mind, you do have inspiration. Kipley has 2 more inspirations left.
I'll
Duradon, I
use
believe,
it.
has 3 more
I'll
inspirations
use it.
left. It is
Okay.
just a reroll, or you can try a
Oh
d6.
no.
Oh,
Oh
brutal.
damn it! You should D6 and then D4'd. Because the
If you
13
d6
was
and
actually
d4, you would have gotten a higher chance.
yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
Oh, that's right. It's a d6 instead of a reroll. God.
you can use a d6 or a reroll. I'll allow you to roll the d6 still
I already
if you
did
want.
it. That would be
Okay.
cheap.
All right, 150 gold.
All right. It has to be both of us to get it anyway, right?
Correct.
Cool.
Doing
So
it joint, you both need 20s.
All right.
Otherwise, you
All
need one on
right.
a 30.
Jared, you roll first this time.
okay, cool. So I'm
I
gonna
love this
subtract
so
the
much.
next 50. This is not 200 gold.
Uh-huh.
This is
Cool.
beautiful. This is art. This is beautiful.
So it's Arcana, right?
It
Yep.
is Arcana.
Cool. That is 14.
14. It's
I'm going
doable. You
to
have D4. You have a D4. Add the
Okay.
D4.
2d4. Because I have guidance
Because
in the
and you
talisman.
have Kipley.
Yeah. So 2d4.
2d4. Surely you get to 20.
Yes.
You get to 20.
Yeah, exactly
You don't
20.
have to use
Yes.
inspiration.
I
Kipley,
don't have to.
it is on you for the 3rd day now. Actually, wait, hold on. This is the 4th day now to try and get it.
Oh,
Okay.
Kipley.
Add
Okay.
a
Come on, you have a
D4.
D4.
Add a D4. You need okay. 19 if you burn inspiration, you
Oh,
only
yeah,
have
yeah.
one left, but you will get it
Yeah,
on this attempt.
I'll do it. So
So
d6.
here's
Yeah.
what happens. 4 days go by, and I shit you not, I want you to dig through your memories as far back as you need to go for the hardest exam, test, or written material that you had to memorize, and then times that by 100, because you guys are locked in the archives, not by like external force, but by sheer force of will trying to get this down for 4 straight days. No one knows this language. This is not a written language that can be known or interpreted. You are making a cipher for a brand new and rarely known, uh, essentially, speech similar to Thieves' Cant, which, by the way, both of you, if you want to go ahead, can write down that you now know how to. Let me see. Do I have it written down in the notes for what specific the cipher name is? Let me see. Yeah, you can both speak Dayscar.
A scar. All right, hell yeah.
Um, it is. If it's ever gonna come up again, probably not. But you know what? You earned it. You earned it. They can have it written for him. Cool, cool, cool. So I'll read some of the passages off to you, and I will share this with I'll share this document with both of you afterwards. But on the 4th day, it is at the end of the day in a very similar scenario. Everyone has left the library. No one is in the archives. The assistants have gone home. And they're done for the day. It is just you two finally cracking the code to the point where you can decipher full sentences, just enough to get information. Still, probably not in its entirety, but just enough to get what you need. Especially the part that the first name that appears on the page isn't Varkal. It is Coryphia Carmine, the day-scarred ascendant. And the notes as follow. Coryphia did not undergo the traditional vampiric transformation. What I witnessed before me was something so profane and so outer-worldly. The words escape my mind as I write this testament. A woman standing in the sun. The clans gathered around her. A piece of ambered flesh sewn into her stomach, sewn shut, blood spewing onto an altar. Sigils carved into her heart, pulled from her very chest, and replaced anew. Coryphia allowed herself to be slain. Beneath the open sun, the body burned, the blood boiled, and the soul torn free. She did not rise a vampire. She rose as something far more deadly. Something that was not from this world. And ascended. The full translated paragraphs for all of the leaders are now available as well. For Call the Red-Throated, Kaphira met Varkal during a night raid when he attempted to kill her outright, mistaking her for a rival clan member. She tore out her throat in a storm of raging blood, and then regenerated it before his eyes, repeating the process until the battlefield turned into a crimson ocean. She sealed his screams into a weapon and made him into a loyal warhound. Severin Vane, Archivist. Severin sought Kaphyra not to serve, but to study. She allowed him to study her blood out of curiosity. And once he found that she was no longer mortal, that the blood possessed properties that were so beyond his current knowledge, he pledged himself, and he was bound for ritual exchange, his flesh becoming living sigils to write the historic memories being made. Coraphane the Stone Drinker. Coraphane challenged Kaphyra to partake in the ascension ritual, to do as she had done, and to gain power as she once had. She first had to slay Kaphyra, and failing in the act, Kaphyra bound her body in a pit of vast minerals, ranging from silver to iron, to gold and to nickel, and searing their flesh repeatedly until the irons and various different ferrous metals lay deep in their skin and flesh, hardening it forever and forging a loyalty that could not be broken. And last but not least, Elmyra of the Pale Veil. Elmyra had come from a League of Assassins. They had been stalking Kaphyra for nearly 3 days and made multiple assassination attempts, nearly succeeding on the 4th night. Kaphyra laid weak, yet still unwavering, and out of respect, offered a choice: to kneel or be forgotten, to join her, or to join the endless wave of blood behind her. Elmyra chose to join the Legion and became an unholy assassin, servant of the most loyal caliber. The falsely translated Khmer, truly known as the Carmine Peaks, is the group of these 4 clans, these 4 vampiric tribes who have traveled across all of Eris, doing Carmine's bidding, collecting only the strong to be turned into fellow vampires, and all of which studied different aspects of the hemocraftic arts. The clan of Elmyra, those who could walk between the veils. The clan of the Coraphans, the ones whose bodies could turn to stone. Severins, those who could cast magic from blood itself. And Varkals, the ones who could regrow limbs cut off in a matter of mere minutes. Each of these have their own passages, giving basic descriptions from an outside observer's standpoint. It is not detailed notes of how to do it, but you do gain the last known recorded location of the Varkal tribe. Hey, Duradon.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that question mark earlier?
See.
That big old red circle is the entirety of the land presumed to be under the Varkal's control.
Which
Quite the lore dump, but you essentially get that this was written by someone who had infiltrated their ranks. It could have very well been written by a vampire who had been planning to betray Carmine and saw no way out. It could have been someone who was observing her as a potential threat to be dealt with at a later time. But learning this cipher, you understand that this was meant to be hidden from the public. This was not meant to be, this was meant for one person to try and figure this out rather than be made known of like the world is ending, a vampire is going to kill us all. Da, 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 da. This currently, from what you can tell, there is more, but it is a little bit like mixed jargon and kind of lost in translation. And you're not quite fully understanding it, but you get the information that Carmine is not a vampire, at least not in the most common sense of the word. Um, the influence is far larger than you thought, and the hemocraftic arts have far more secrets hidden from the one who originated them.
Kibbley's just
Um,
like,
Now I have a question. If
By all
it can be
means.
determined, the way they speak about the strand of vampirism she has, and the way they speak about this about Carmen, are
Mhm.
they speaking from a point that she got this form of vampirism and it altered her? I know it altered her physically. Did it alter her mentally, or was she always just kind of an asshole, and power just made her more so like that?
There isn't. So here's the thing.
Mhm.
By choosing to do the decipher by yourselves, there is portions that are missed from this. Um, there is a section on Carmine, but it is very like quickly and roughly translated. The best that you can get was that she was. You know what? Go ahead and give me. This is a very weird check. But go ahead and give me an insight check.
Sight.
Give me an intelligence check into an insight check.
Okay, intelligence into insight. All
mhm.
right. Int check.
The
Here we
insight is
go.
kind of a little like iffy, but intelligence is what really matters here.
Um,
Ooh, I would strongly advise slapping a old inspiration on that if you want to.
I'll add the inspiration die, and then for the
The Kipling
day,
D4.
yeah, the Kipling D4.
Yeah,
Because
go
I've
for it.
already used no dice. Kipling D4. So that brings up to 20. And hopefully this can get me to 25. Yes, exactly 25.
Fucking beautiful. So you will take a point of exhaustion
Okay.
as you are staying up the entire night into the next day, which it doesn't really matter because from a story perspective, you're going to have enough time to rest. But for the brief moment, you spend the rest of that time kind of focusing on Carmine and specifically who she was before this. Um, there is a section that you have to actually spend more time translating and trying to understand. Uh, Kefira Carmine was from a noble family. Her bloodline was made and thinned out by political marriages, but more specifically, divine oaths. She was brought into a family of clerics and a clerical order that she did not agree with. And she essentially, from what the passage describes, because you don't know, there's no backing all of this, is just a first-hand account. She took over her house through a essentially a power play. She killed off the majority of the other members in secret, and she studied hemocraft and necromancy in the very early days of back when people were just beginning to understand spells, um, before eventually taking on more unique ways of gaining power past the political realm, where she started to look towards more like curses, artifacts, and eventually vampirism.
Got you. So there's reason following her historical past. There's she was in search for power.
She was
Um,
from nothing, and she essentially, from what you can get from a general vibe, is that she, from this historic account, was the type of person to do anything and everything to gain power, to essentially rise from nothing into a not only politically powerful figure, but personally powerful as well. Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
shit.
Uh-huh. Yep. And you know, at the very least, that she has lived for at least a millennia past this, as she was alive to turn Vince.
well,
So yeah.
hell,
Well, hell. Feels good. I've been sitting on that for quite some time. Me out here waiting with this fucking background character being like, I wonder if they're ever gonna look into Carmine. Well, you got some lore of that. Um,
This doesn't feel
it is
good.
it is noted that the Ascension ritual is called the Day Scar ritual. It is the same
the
Day Scar language that you guys know. It doesn't. There's no like actual how to on the ritual itself in these
thank
notes.
you. Okay, gotcha.
Um, but it is noted that this is the Dayscar Ascendant as her full title, and that this cipher was named Dayscar. You don't know whether that is on purpose or not, or if it was some type of just general wordplay, but that is what you can get from essentially an entire week of just studying this.
After the week of studying and finding that information and seeing the similarities, um, Duradon will talk with Kipley, um, and he'll say, well, "This is extraordinarily helpful.
In what way?
Well, I was getting ready to, or not getting ready to. Well, yes, all of this has kind of been preparation for, um, preparing to leave the city to, do some research and develop some ways in which I can improve. So
What are you
there
going to
was
do with
a
this information?
well, if I can find a way to either figure out how the ritual of Dayscar works, or if I can find a means to, I guess, find the individual that knows it firsthand. Um, I I think I want to. I think I'm mentally and emotionally, I've been given a reason with the new understanding of what happened to my people. Um, a new reason to improve upon the gifts imparted to me by my mother. Um, I didn't, I didn't particularly, I neglected my hemocraft in a way, um, because of the memories associated to it. But now that I know that there's potentially a chance to avenge and continue my family and not feel completely guilty about what happened to them, I think that I want to take the opportunity to maybe try things that will enhance it and give me better control.
Kip, Kipley's watching you very intently as she reaches forward and or reaches up, places her hands on both sides of your head, and leans in towards you. Yes, but what does that mean? Does that mean you want you want to become better than Carmine?
I mean, I don't personally have any beef with Carbine other than I guess
Yes,
the
you
beef.
do. Yes, you do.
I don't. Uh, um, you,
She
you're.
pulls her face close to yours.
I can't believe, are you making me have beef with this person?
I hate her. I hate her. I hate her more than I hate Percy.
Fucking hate Percy.
Right?
Yeah, I mean like I mean almost on
Imagine what you could do with her power. I would fucking rather you had her power, that you were in her place, than she is.
but like I don't want to rule a bunch of people. Like I'm already responsible for like a forest.
I don't care. You
Uh,
can eat all the people. I don't care. So long as Vince is fine.
but like we don't know when do we know when Vince was turned?
No.
So like what if Vince was turned like in a time period where he would normally be dead and you couldn't be with him anymore in our time?
I don't know what you're saying.
Like, what if Vince was turned like we're like 1,000 years in the past? This is telepathically. We're 1,000 years in the past. What if Vince was turned like 200 years from now, and
Um,
he's like a what is Vince like a half elf?
no, it's not that long ago. I've met his family. I've met his sister.
Okay, so he legit is squarely in the other time.
Yes.
Right.
Uh,
For reference, because it's been a hot minute since he looked for Vince's memory. Vince was on a dweller when he got turned. So at the very least, it was in the past 400, 500 years, and he is an elf, so.
okay, he is an elf. Gotcha.
Mhm.
Okay. Right. So let me understand this before I know what I'm getting myself into.
You
There
want to
was a
be the
thing that
best,
I
right?
there's a thing that I want to achieve for myself personally,
Which is
which
what?
is to get the rights to become like a day walker, effectively, a day. a day scarred.
A daywalk.
A day scarred.
Blade music starts playing. Da, 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 da.
Always trying to ice. Oh my god, I
Trying,
can be
always
Blade.
trying to ice him up, yeah.
I can be Blade. Oh my god, that should
You
Fuck
make me so
yeah.
honestly, you very well could be Blade. I will say though, give me just a. What was your last intelligence check?
Man.
It was a
It was like a
25.
25.
Yeah.
Just reading off of the text, you don't know how old this is, by the way. You don't know how long Carmine has been a vampire ascended.
Well, no, that's 100% true. I feel like though the researchers have given us an idea that they have had this text and have been
Correct.
unable to decipher it for quite a while.
That's right. That's not the point that I'm saying. The point
Oh,
is,
I'm
is
sorry.
that you don't know. No, you're good. Point that I was trying to make was you don't know if she is the only one, but by the records is that there are clan leaders who are powerful vampires who are probably like the equivalent of a vampire lord. But there's only ever mention of her surviving the ritual. And also her killing herself in the ritual, essentially.
So other vampire lords might know the ritual, but she's the only one
Potentially.
that survived it.
Yeah, in the notes for what you described, Varkal was there when they were turned. Varkal was one of the only clan members who saw Carmine become what she is. They were one of the first clans to be under her control.
So it might be better to look for a call.
If you were looking for someone who has a first-hand account and that Lord is still alive to this day, they would be one of the few people who actually would have seen it, yes.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Or vice versa. You do literally have a clan of vampires who were known as the Archivists for Severin, as they were literally the ones who had sigils put into their skin to record memories.
And, I'm sorry. Where? When do we have these motherfuckers?
I'll post
Where are they?
all of the
Clan
all
of
the clans
Severin?
and like a
Okay.
yeah, the clans that so Verkal was the regenerative factor ones. I'll post this in what's a good
Coo.
what's a good channel for this? Put it in
Need to know lore?
Yeah. Verkal is the regen factor. Vamps. Severin is the mages / arcanists. It's not necessary. There's the thing. These are not. There's no mention of these guys being blood hunters.
Okay.
That's the difference between your practice as like learning a blood hunter through hemocraft and learning it for a bloodline ability. These guys would have like bloodline abilities more akin to you, Duradon.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. We're cooking with
Like
fucking.
when you see that, it's not as much as like, oh, I learned to cast like Curse of the Eyeless. This is more like I became a vampire and joined a bloodline that has this ability.
Okay. Hell yeah. Fucking with it. I'm fucking with the vision. And
Now-
Doradon is just morally.
I will remind you, becoming a vampire is not very easy.
Yeah.
You at least you have to find one that's willing to turn you and one that's powerful enough to actually turn you. But if you want to try, by all means, I will tell you the ritual that will have actual consequences on the campaign. Not in necessarily negatory manner, but in terms of like you having to gather the materials. Because as a reminder, one part was god flesh. Like an actual, they said ambered god flesh. So preserved god flesh, essentially. And let me see. Oh, gotcha. Veil walkers / assassins. Let me just get this down before I forget. That's not how you spell assassins. That's just ass. Okay. There you go. That's the
That's
that's how
just ass.
that's how you spell all of them, and that's the general gist for all of them. I need to edit out some of the PDF before I publicly share it with you
Okay.
guys because it
Okay.
does have some stat blocks in it. Um, but I'll do that tomorrow because I'm working from home, so I can have my computer open and be working on that.
Um.
But
Mhm.
shoot me a reminder in case I forgot.
Kipling is still very intently up in your personal space.
Jordan is like thinking about it. He's also like, Kip, you know, this is also like a thing that will majorly change the past. Are we just trying to learn more about her in the past so that we deal with her in the present, or
Yeah, no, we're gonna deal with her in the future.
okay, cool. Um, and that's a for certain thing that you is this on top of you wanting to go find your island, or is this like a are we are we Pokemoning objective? Pokemon doesn't exist.
Oh,
Are
fuck.
we
Fuck the island.
yeah. So 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 you don't okay. Okay.
Duradon?
Okay. Uh
Duradon?
yeah.
I want. I want to help you get into a position that you can overthrow this person. I want her to not exist in our time. Is that
I
something you would like? Would you like
for,
that?
for her not to I don't think I she has
I can help you. I can help you. Imagine,
don't
imagine how much you could learn in the amount of time.
me I will I feel like this is a thing that I should maybe think about before committing to it, to wanting to kill her. I mean, if she's like
Why do you have to
a
think about
regular,
it? Are you
because
are you
like
worried that she's like an innocent? Are you worried that
no,
I've misjudged her?
no, I'm not worried that you've misjudged anything. It's just like, is she worth the amount of trouble that trying to kill her could potentially, erect? You don't
Oh, I'm
know anything
sorry. I
about her.
thought you're always talking about wanting to be the top dog, wanting to be the most powerful. You know, the best fighter out there, the top of their game, being able to best the best.
Uh,
I
I mean,
misunderstood.
for my job, a lot of what I wanted was to kind of be left alone. Now I want vengeance. I don't think like
Against
I
who?
need to, the person that wrongly started the war between the druids and my people.
Oh, who's that?
Uh, a dickhead with a terrible fucking name.
What do you mean? Malevio Thorn is not a dickhead
What?
name. It's a piece of shit name.
Malefial what?
Male-
Malevio Thorn.
yeah, Malevio Thor
Oh god, hold on.
is a
I need
bitch.
a spelling.
It's in game visuals. It's up there.
Malefial?
If you scroll up
Yes.
a little bit past all
Bitch.
the
That's
druid grove stuff,
started. The
just look for the hot sea elf.
Yes, that bitch.
dissension.
Oh, he's fucking wet. He's wet and he's moist. He's moist.
While you're doing that, and you're thinking about this, um,
Mammoth.
before we end tonight's session, Mammoth,
Oh no.
Yes.
Sorry.
as we fly back over, you are currently flying towards a rocky demise. You look back up at a mix of horror and panic as staring down at you with a warm smile as if he just gave you a hug. Finch gives you a wave goodbye, and you begin to plummet. Now, very much like the Kirby meme, looking down, there is a crevasse. You are headed down into a cliffside, and you can feel the wind battering against your face and the rapid approach of a rocky impact. What is going for Mammoth's head? As one second you are looking out at the scenic sunrise, and the next falling into what is potentially death.
Uh, mainly just looking back through his repertoire and seeing, trying to think of a spell that he could use to get himself out of this situation.
Okay. As you're thinking, gust, mold, earth, something, anything, flight,
Oh,
150 feet catches up far faster than what the brain can think. 300 feet, just as much. As you feel yourself dive past the grassy fields and the outstretched patch of forest, dark stone is the only thing that is within your vision as you dive deeper and deeper into the earth, to the point where you are in pitch dark, falling with no sense of what is up and what is down. Only the inertia guiding your vision and guiding yourself towards what rocky doom awaits you. And you see flickers. Images begin coursing through your mind. Your spell repertoire. It was your first instinct to rely on the spell casting that has saved you so many times in the past. As you begin hurtling down, darkness encompassing, no spell coming to mind that could help. A thought brushes through your mind that doesn't feel like it's something that you would think of, as it's something that you've never seen before. The wind rushing past your face and pelting it, feeling the burning of your skin. You open your eyes, and in the darkness, you can see a light. Not natural, but dozens and dozens upon dozens of streaking constellations streaming off of your body. You can see you begin to light up the crevice as you begin to fall into it. Deeper and deeper, the light gets brighter and brighter. And you can see they're forming outwards. The constellation's beginning to spiral and shoot out into jagged edges before formulating. Arms outstretched. Almost as if natural. You beat your arms, wailing against the wind and the fall, and you're met with resistance. Wind drafting up and beating down from something. Flailing more and more and more, the constellations grow solid. As you look, your hands are no longer hands. Your arms are no longer arms. And your body is no longer falling. You're in a near stasis, hovering in the darkness. You look to your left and your right, and you can see yourself glowing. Past the clothing, past the armor. Your skin a bright blue, traced with a bright white outline. You can see from whence your arms once were, spirals and moving patterns of constellations formed into wings, beating to keep you uplifted, excuse me. You gently begin to descend, and eventually you land. Looking up, sunlight does not breach this place. To your left and to your right, nothing but darkness. In front of you, you see a man. Crooked posture, a cane in his right hand that forms into a kind of gnarled staff at the bottom. Sitting before you with a weathered looking face. You see he smiles at your arrival. After a long pause, his eyes slowly drifts up and meets yours. You hear, Mammoth. Mammoth, my beloved child. What brings you to my doorstep?
Uh, um, well, I wanted to see if I could get memories of my previous lives back, but now I've got a few more questions.
And why would you be searching for that?
I just feel like it might be really good information to have.
No. I, Allow me to rephrase. Why are you searching for something you already have?
Uh, because I don't know how to get it.
You see, he leans forward, and although he doesn't get up, you can see almost growing in size, like a looming shadow just covering your vision. He gets not directly into your face, but just seems to encompass the room around you, looking down on you. You've traveled far, seeking answers to something that is already within your grasp. You do not understand what you are, and to seek understanding is a noble goal. You are not at your time, nor place, and yet your wisdom still guided you here. Do you know me? Do you know of me?
Not really.
Go ahead and make me a history check with advantage. You motherfucker. Well,
Yes.
it only makes sense it's a natural 20.
Yes.
You look at the face, and although it is unfamiliar, you still recognize him. You recognize not the features, not the voice. Nothing about the physicality is necessarily something that brings about anything that you have seen before in recent memory. The keyword being recent memory. As you look past, you cannot see it, but you know it is there. Something old that has been with you since the beginning, that has been watching and has been waiting for the answer to a question asked ages ago. Uh, you remember the name as the All-Father. Many refer to him as Father Nature, commonly known in recent times as Sylvanas.
So you're like the god of nature.
Ah, may your words never cease, for they carry much profoundness to them. I'm at least glad that you recognize me in one aspect, but yes. God of creation, God of nature, two very different things, but I am of the domain of both. We've known each other for many years, so I'd expected a little more of a reaction than that.
Uh, yeah. Sorry. It's like a lot to process.
Oh, well, you sought memory, and memory will come. Tell me, after meeting Finch, what is it that surprised you the most?
The fact that he didn't seem surprised to see me.
Correct again. The comets, people that you are, they all share a portion, a segment, I guess you could say, of a larger being. Something that is such a profoundly unique concept that I have been overseeing you and making sure that you are taken care of since the very beginning. Almost all of you, despite your many lives, have that same trust between one another. Because you are the same, even if you are different in body and mind. And he gestures to your arms, which are still very much wings, and still very much made of stellar bodies. If you seek understanding in the now, I would be happy to see what that looks like for you. Your time will still come, and you may have lapses when that arrives. But if you feel that you need this, and is something that you desire, I'm sure for our history, I at least owe you one favor.
How's that?
Ah, you really are intuitive, Mammoth, aren't you? Are you certain you would like this?
I think.
Yourself will remain, but you normally wait for this process because it is quite the mental overload to be burdened with so many lives ahead of you. All the information flooding in. It can be quite a lot to handle, and I do not wish to harm a friend.
I think I can probably handle it. Maybe it'll take a little while, but I'm sure I'll sort it out.
Do you feel that you can stay the same? After all those lives merge into one, that you can retain the mammoth that you were before?
I like to think so.
Do you think Mammoth is answering in complete honesty?
I think so.
I like Ryan is the same. Yeah, I think so. Um, very- you have already glimpsed at your origin, seen snippets of creation. It would be my pleasure to show you what follows. And I need you to go ahead and give me an intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throw. 22 is a success. A 10 is a
I was
failure.
so close to a 20.
A 16 is a failure. So, how many inspiration dice do you have left?
2.
I will, because they're separate rolls, allow you, if you wish, to either roll the d6 to add to the charisma saving throw, or re-roll both of those. I will tell you, each and every single one of those rolls has to beat an 18.
Uh, Wait, so can I re-roll the wisdom but just add a d6 to the charisma?
I will fully allow that,
Okay,
if
yeah,
that
I'll
is
do
what you
that.
wish. Go
Let's
for it.
do d6. Okay. And
Charisma
then
is a 20. You need an 18 or higher on your wisdom.
It should be possible.
It
It's
is
not.
entirely possible. 10. Oof,
Again.
the druid getting the low wisdom save does hurt. That's 2 twos in a row. Well, this makes it perfect to end the night, so that way I don't have to spiel for hours on end. As you confirm that you would like this, and you can feel the connection with Sylvanas, who is not your creator, but has been your caretaker since the very beginning. Since the prime material plane was created. And seeing the warnings and bracing for the storm, Mammoth's vision goes dark. Your body melts into that of liquid. And you begin to feel as not but one or two, even a few dozen, but thousands of different voices begin to speak consecutively in your head. Each adding to the chorus, singing a song of which you cannot understand. Voices begin to meld together, and your voice begins to get lost inside of them. As we end tonight's session, we will pick up next week to a potentially very different mammoth. As all of the previous lives begin to introduce themselves, you begin to get lost in the sea of voices and understanding which is which.
Which are you?
That is a problem for another day.
Oh shit.
I
They
will
turned my brain
have.
into soup.
Hey, listen, man. I will have a document that I will share with you next week at the beginning of next session. It's not going to have 1,000 names and backstories in it. It is going to have those of the most prominent and the most powerful remaining voices that have still kept themselves together in it. You will have a chance for a conversation. You will have time to seep in the memories and secrets that have been kept from you from this point. And you will learn the lore that you were seeking to begin with. However, there is a chance that Mammoth may not return from the void of the pit that is all of your previous selves.
Jeez.
So you will have a second chance to at least reclaim your body and mind. But at the moment, you are currently adrift in over 1,000 years worth of knowledge.
Ugh.
Is this
But I
what
hope you
infinite void feels like?
enjoyed. Yeah, I hope you. Honestly, legitimately,
I
probably
think it
close
probably
to it.
is. Yeah.
Because you're factoring. I'm also factoring in the fact that the majority of your previous selves didn't know language and didn't have complicated enough thought to pass on memories to get stuck in this state. This is all of the sentient and intelligent creatures. There is also straight up like close to Neanderthal like selves of yourself. There is plants of yourself. There you are experiencing close to being every single part of this world at once right now.
That's wild. You've heard I contain multitudes, but this is something else.
You hear I have a complicated past and your Tindo buyers, but never I am my complicated past.
Oh
Uh,
boy.
well,
Who's Henry
you
Grabass?
Henry Crabgrass is there. Oh,
I read that as grab ass. I was like, who the fuck is that?
No,
it's a variant of yourself that you don't want to meet.
it's
Oh
from
no.
campaign 2 of Critical
Critical
Role.
Role.
Yeah.
They
Oh.
cast Speak with Plants on a patch of crabgrass, and he was super cute.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that clip.
Henry Crabgrass, the king of consent. We love you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Thank you for asking.
Thank you for asking it. So for next week, because I still need to go through Ash's lore and research and all of that, we are gonna finish a little bit of research because we still have a few things to touch on for a few different people. Um, Most likely, we may end up doing a regroup after the first month has gone by. Because it is looking like Mammoth may be gone for that entire time, and that Kipley and Durdon may have actually spent their entire first month researching and breaking the cipher.
Ugh.
So
Nerds.
after that, which, hey, by the way, I did not think you guys were going to do that. That was not a planned thing for you guys to get that lore and information. That was if you can physically, if there's a minuscule chance of getting there, I'll allow it. But that was not intended. Um, if you guys plan on venturing out for the vampires, you absolutely can do so. I would recommend as the DM that you do not do so as two people. So
Oh,
you may want to regroup
it,
before you go out if you plan on going out. Um,
the second Kipley realizes, like, comes back to the idea of, oh, hey, there's more than just two of us here researching. Where the fuck is
right.
Mammoth?
And Mustang, both of them are
She's
gone
gonna
for
freak
multiple
out.
weeks. Um, yeah, no. Also, I will say, just from a mechanical perspective, the text did say that she was immortal after the Dayscar Ascendant ritual, and that she has basically gone through endless battles and multiple assassination attempts and
Big
have come out
deal.
fine.
Big
So
deal.
you can attempt to fight her if you can find her. It probably isn't going to go well.
Nah, we'll get there eventually. We've got 1,000
Um,
years.
but there is
We've got like 10 months.
We'll
We don't
get
have to
there.
fight her in this time, by
I
the
was
way.
gonna
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Good comms.
I was gonna say you don't know whether she's gonna be stronger or weaker in the future, but you at least know that you guys will have a lot more to work with because you'll have more knowledge and potentially, who knows, maybe ambered godflesh. Um,
we
but
we legit have so many other problems besides that. We have a
right, yeah, I
year.
was gonna say you have a little bit more pressing time. I know you wanted to research the island, so remind me about that next time, Megan. I do have a docket prepared for that as well. The rest of you guys, I think Durdon, yours probably changed after hearing that lore. Um, for what you wanted to do for your second part of leaving town to go research the blood rate weapons. Wouldn't recommend doing that by yourself. But if there is anything else that you guys think of, just feel free to add it to the private channels, and then we'll do it. We'll do it next time once we start up. Um, we're gonna finish off Mustangs, and then we're gonna conclude Mammoths. And if there's anything else that people want to do, we'll go from there. But I think we will. Oh shit! I need a roll for Torin. I almost ended with that. Um,
Turn.
Uno momento por favor. So Torin is gonna go ahead. Let me go pull up his stat block real quick. Um, Torin has to make for the enchantment part an Arcana check. Because making the items easy enough, I'm not gonna have him roll for that. But to have the enchantment of the Diviner's Rod be connected not just to Xyrus, but to a fragment of mischief, he has to reach a DC of 40,
Oh my
which
god.
which gets less. It gets easier the longer that it goes on. Um, Now you say, "Oh my God,"
Doesn't he have like
but
a plus 12?
30's like
he
God
he has.
realm.
So here's the thing: he has a plus 14, and he gets to add a d4 for guidance. Now, if he gets a natural 20, I will allow him to finish the item on the first try. He does get advantage because Ian is assisting him. However, I will tell you straight up, very unlikely he's going to finish it in the first 2 months.
I mean, even with a natural 20 plus a 14, that's 34, plus a d4, that's 38.
Correct. That's why I said if he gets a natural 20, I'll allow it, but
Oh my
otherwise
God.
it's gonna get lowered and then he'll have to try again. So, I mean, you're crafting an artifact for a being that you have a fragment of to try and find not only the source of where its corruption comes from, but to identify what being it is, because you guys don't know what mischief is as a being. Like, you don't even know if they're a
No,
god,
that's
if
fair.
they're,
That's fair.
I'm
We expected this to take a year.
correct. This is why I gave you guys the year to begin with, because I was like, they to figure this out is not going to be snappity quick. You're going to have to find someone that is willing to dedicate a lot of their time to this shit. So I'm gonna go roll 2d20, and we are going to see where we go from here. That is 2 12s. So we will continue on, and I'll have to roll in the background to see how many more months and or weeks before he can make another roll.
No,
I'm rolling on a d4 every time. So last time I only got 2, meaning that he got 2 months before he could get to this point. Um, After this, we will see how long it takes to get to the next.
now, DM, I have a question.
Sure.
Or a point of clarification. When we were sent back in the past, was our objective to fix what was wrong with us or find a solution for what was wrong with us?
So you were given 2 options. One was a very discarded message from Aldrin saying that by if you can separate yourself from mischief, then he would let you live. Um, but he essentially said in doing so, you would most likely have to find a cure for her because no one has been able to do it so far. Because there was countless others before you that mischief had affected or had made contracts with or pacts with for either like a warlock patron relationship, whatever it might be. But when you first met him on Paradise Peak, he explained that when he was like demanding, like, okay, I'm gonna give you 5 minutes to think of what people have already spent years trying to figure out, was that you are one of many people with mischief has affected, but no one so far has even been able to break their condition for causing chaos. So he said, if you can do that, you'll probably find the cure and he'll let you live. But the ideal is that you can cure mischief herself of this illness.
Gotcha, gotcha.
So if you want it's essentially the shortcut option, which is breaking yourselves free of this to secure your lives. Because then he can use whatever method that you use to try and work on that for Cyrus. But the end goal is to cure the actual like mischief as her entire being herself. As a reminder, mischief is still fragmented. While there is a mischief that is fully formed in the current history right now, that is not the mischief that you were trying to fix, technically. Because he broke apart pieces of herself and scattered her all across who knows where. And you are working with a fragment trying to figure out if you can solve that and then cure the big one.
Like Sukuna's fingers.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, we
Hey,
don't know what
this
that
campaign
is.
was made before JJK. I got so many copyrights to sue. I can't believe Speranza was in there though. That's crazy. Dom in a fever dream cooking up arc raiders. That's crazy. Um, but yeah, the end goal for you guys just making it out of here in one piece is to break yourselves from the connection of mischief to the point where you no longer cause the negative effects of chaos. The ideal where you potentially are not only saved but rewarded is you free mischief from whatever binds hold her in this ailment. So yeah.
Okay, so gotcha. I did write that down because I felt like I was going to lose that primary
No,
goal
for
as
sure.
time went down.
No, you're good. As a reminder, because all the other goals are posted above as well, you do still have your personal goal to bring Kipley to Ravenica.
Yeah.
Kipley still has the research to find out what the fuck Ravenica is. Mammoth still has the after whatever fever dream, liquid, melty slime state you go into. If you come out okay, you still have to find out what um excuse me, what the serpent is and how to stop it. As you don't fully quite understand the threat, what it can do at the moment. All you know is that something's coming and it ain't good. And then, of course, we got ye old cowboy who has to figure out how the spark works and what the fuck that it wants besides going home and how to get it home. So there's a bunch of personal goals mixed into the mischief storyline that you guys can look at. If you have one in particular you want to do while you're here, I would definitely advise to start looking into them now because you have the time to research and go out into the world and look while the item is being made. So it's not exactly like you can speed up the progression. Um, it is just a matter of Corin hitting the right number and all of you guys preparing yourselves as best as possible to journey out or prepare whatever task is ahead of you. Although technically, you do know one way of how to some of you, I won't say publicly because that was privately messaged and understood, but at least two of you know how to potentially break the ailment as is right now.
Murder.
Which ailment?
Nah,
Mischiefs?
I'll let secret die. Dog, I'll let secret die. I'll let
Cool.
secret dogs lie. Um, but yeah, there's a whole bunch of shit that you guys can do while you're essentially waiting for the main quest to be ready and available. I will say the number of months that you have to accomplish your goals after you're given the item is gonna be a big old question mark. Do you want me to roll the D4 publicly or privately for how long the next section is gonna take? Because I did the first one private.
What this what we've been doing?
Correct. Well, this 2 month period was rolled for to see how long the
Oh,
first attempt that Torn could make before the enchantment set in. So I said this could be done either like, a few weeks or multiple months.
yeah, do it.
Do you want to see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What wait, what's the roll?
It's a
A
D4.
D4.
It's a raw
For
D4,
how
so it could
many
be a
months?
correct.
Yeah,
So
before he can attempt the next one.
Oh.
correct. So it could either be a one, and it could be a real quick, jaunty next session of just being like, all right, we wait and do some minor quests and things, or it could be 4 full months. All right. And to end off tonight, 2 more months, right in the middle. Um, So, in 2 more months' time, meaning that you will be closing in on 5 months of being here.
Mm.
Actually, yeah, no, you would be at 5 months of being here. You're at nearly half the time when Torin can make his next attempt.
Oh man.
So, once again, think about all the goals that you would like to accomplish during that time. Um, Obviously, don't think too far ahead because we have to get back and congregate to figure out what you guys want to do in the short term. After Mem potentially gains his memory back, you guys learned about potential gaining of power or ascension rituals and whatnot in the meantime, and all the places that you can visit in the world. Because technically, this is the only city that you've actually stepped foot in. You still got all the other places to try and explore if you just want to take a tour of the world while you're waiting for Torin to try and gather allies or potentially artifacts or items or anything. Or you want to go on Arc Raiders, trip to Speranza. Oh, we get it. It is all up in the open for what is to be done next. But I hope you guys enjoyed tonight.
It was fun. It was a lot of necessary information. I need that info.
I
Yeah, I
never.
learned a lot about my teammate.
Damn.
Genuinely, I never was thought I'd be so surprised to learn that Durdon would be down to become a daywalker.
Oh, for sure. Doradot, I need you. I have it. The one of the first notes that was put into um my like character sheet information on the like bio section, aside from his ridiculous fucking height, um is the distinction that without the guidance of the druid in his head or the other ancestor, which mechanically and by lore drives its wielder to do good in the world.
Mhm.
Um, Gordon is neutral evil. He's not like a
Damn.
yeah. Gordon isn't like a good person. It sums up to him being like a lawful neutral individual. But it's not like Gordon wants to create malicious and like harm people. It's very much like a degree of selfishness for him. Like he's like, I can get what I need for like I'm a child soldier, genocide. No one can really guilt me about humanity and being a good person, because I've literally seen the worst of the world, so I don't necessarily hold a lot of sympathy. I just kind of want what I need to get, and then I'll leave everyone else to their devices. I just need what I need, and everybody else. It's unfortunate if we have to cross paths.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Disturbing, but hell yeah.
yeah,
So, with that note, I do actually have to be up in like 5